No Exit is one of Jean-Paul Sartre's most interesting existentially short stories. It is a one-act play that was widely praised when it was first performed in 1944, shortly after the liberation of France. The original title, Huis Clos, refers to a private discussion behind closed doors. It tells the story of three characters who find themselves trapped in a mysterious locked room, which they later find out is in fact hell. Sartre brilliantly emphasizes that hell is not so much a specific place, but a state of mind. The book is the source of one of Sartre's most celebrated phrases: hell is other people, which is frequently misinterpreted and disregarded as misanthropic. However, this is not the case. It is connected with his idea of the look, which explores the experience of being seen, as we are always under the eyes of others. You are a subject, but if someone gazes into you for a long time, you start becoming hyper aware of yourself as an object in other people's views. It is the perpetual struggle of being caused to see oneself as an object from the view of another person's consciousness. The conflict of being a subject, an agent of one's life, and being an object that other people are observing alienates us and locks us in a particular kind of being, which in turn deprives us of our freedom, because we are unable to escape the devouring gaze of the other. Sartre illustrates the difficult coexistence of people as the entire social realm is based on adversarial aspects. The one-act play opens on a drawing room with Second Empire-style furniture and a massive bronze statue on a mantelpiece. A quiet yet peculiar-looking valet leads Garzin, a journalist from Rio, into the room. At first, Garzin is very confused and then claims that this is not what he expected hell to be like. The valet laughs at Garzin for wanting his toothbrush and asking where the bed is. He has not fully accepted his death. The valet does not have eyelids, and Garzin is bothered by having someone gaze at him so intently. He begins to worry about having to keep his own eyes open during eternal daylight, especially when there are no books around. As the valet leaves, he points out a bell that should summon him, but he says that it does not always work. After he is left alone, Garzin gazes at the bronze statue for a moment, but then repeatedly rings the bell and tries to open the door. As soon as he gives up and sits down, the door opens. A woman named Inez comes in, and she immediately suspects that Garzin is a torturer, but Garzin laughs at her. Inez states that she does not like men, and Garzin tries to make peace with her to no avail. The valet re-enters, followed by Estelle, the third and last character, who is a wealthy young housewife from Paris. Inez instantly takes a liking to her. The three characters reflect on how they had died. Garzin was shot by a firing squad for being an outspoken pacifist during the war. Inez died from a leaky gas stove, and Estelle from pneumonia. They can all see their funerals and how people react to their death. Garzin and Estelle think they have been randomly put into a room together, but Inez disagrees, explaining that it had all been planned as the perfect method of torture. There is no need for physical torture in hell, as they will just torture each other simply by being together. The three strangers locked in a room and divorced from the world and people they knew is the perfect setting for an existentialist laboratory. Their actions and feelings will define exactly who they really are. They are given a choice. Will they define who they are on their own or rely on the other members to decide who they are? Garzin believes that a man is what he wills himself to be, while Inez believes one is what one does. You are your life and nothing else. The characters constantly look for mirrors in order to avoid the judging gaze of each other. Inez tells Garzin that his mouth looks grotesquely frightened, and he must decide if she is right or what he thinks himself is right. However, Garzin believes Inez rather than his own judgment, letting her define his essence, his personal characteristics. Similarly, Estelle believes she does not really exist, unless she can see herself. And since there are no mirrors, she looks into the eyes of Inez to see her own reflection. Estelle is unable to define her essence as she does not trust her own judgment, but relies on other people to verify her existence. She sees herself as others do. This leads Inez to take advantage of her and tell her she has a pimple when she really doesn't. She surrenders her individuality to Inez's gaze. Sartre calls this bad faith, a way of denying the fundamental nature of our freedom and responsibility. Even though they are already dead and have nothing to lose, each character continues to lie to themselves. One of the core existentialist ideas is being authentic to oneself. Sartre examines the question of existence and essence through the characters, which leads to his fundamental idea that existence precedes essence. An individual first exists and then creates himself, his essence, through what he does. He is what he does. With this freedom of choice comes the absolute responsibility of one's actions, giving way to anxiety. This anxiety leads many people to ignore their freedom and responsibility by letting other people make choices for them, resulting in bad faith. Sartre believed that suffering was an essential step in affirming one's existence. He states that life begins on the other side of despair. When they all start to argue with each other again, Garzin tells them that it is best to just remain silent and mind their own business. He says, "I think I could stay 10,000 years with only my thoughts for company." However, after a short while, they disturb him and start talking. It is essentially impossible for them to ignore each other's existence. Inez can't stand Garzin looking at her because she thinks that he's automatically judging her. Since she thinks that is her own role, she accuses him of stealing her face. Garzin's mere existence thus reduces Inez's feelings of autonomy. As this approach fails, they decide to tell each other everything and why they think they might be in hell. Garzin admits that he treated his wife horribly. Inez confesses that she enjoys making vulnerable people suffer, and Estelle admits that she drowned her unwanted baby, making her lover shoot himself. They enter a sort of love triangle. Estelle tries to seduce Garzin, while Inez tries to seduce Estelle. As Garzin and Estelle begin to kiss, Inez refuses to look away, screaming that she will watch them the whole time they are together. Garzin, however, wants something more from Estelle. He confesses that the reason he was executed was because he was a deserter. He explains that he faced death poorly and has been haunted ever since by the judgments of his friends and co-workers. The only thing Garzin wants is for her to say that he's not a coward, and she agrees. But Inez starts to laugh, explaining to Garzin that Estelle was just agreeing with him because she wanted to be close to a man. Garzin turns out to have the worst case of bad faith of all the three characters, stemming from his complete inability to accept responsibility for his actions. He can't decide on his own that he's not a coward, but will only believe it if Estelle says so herself. Disgusted with both of them, Garzin begins ringing the bell for the valet and furiously pounding on the door. He exclaims that he would be willing to withstand any physical torture if the door opens. Suddenly, the door opens, but Garzin hesitates to step out. He can't imagine existing on his own, knowing that Inez will be judging him and that he won't know what she's saying. He decides to stay to convince Inez that he's not a coward. Garzin and Estelle remain prisoners of the past. They look at their friends and loved ones back on Earth, attempting to justify their existence by only thinking about their past experiences. They keep listening to what people are saying about them, rather than listening to their own voice in the present. Inez sees her past as meaningless and inaccessible, choosing to exist in the present instead. She asserts her freedom to choose her essence in the present, even though she is in hell. She confronts her responsibility and her suffering, an essential step in asserting her existence. Sartre wrote that the responsibility of one's freedom is so overwhelming that we are condemned to be free, a statement literally played out by Garzin's inability to leave the room. Unable to exist without people judging his past, Garzin condemns himself to remain in the eternal present of the room. As Garzin discovers, there is no need for physical torture. The gaze of the other reduces and devours his individuality. He is unable to do anything, even kiss Estelle, when Inez is watching. Ignoring his innate freedom and responsibility, Garzin thinks Inez's judgment is the only proof of his existence. Realizing that they are stuck together forever, they maniacally laugh together as the curtain falls. All those eyes intent on me, devouring me. What? Only two of you? I thought there were more, many more. So, this is hell. I would never have believed it. Do you remember all we were told about the torture chambers, the fire and brimstone, the burning mall, old wives' tales? There's no need for red hot pokers. Hell is other people.
Recon.
Listen to me.
Put you in the sickle for the harvest is right. We ain't down for wickedness, false prophets a lie. Woman to the wicked grass of blind the sight. Unquenchable flame stars fall in the night. Shemayim snapped the scroll, mountains fled in the anger. Hills a flock of rams skipping special forces, recon angels. Really by no labels, we bout labor for the source. Wells up in infinite, waters coming forth. Spiritual revival, dehydration shall I pour. Kept the run down to the mouth, cool floor. Kingdom heaven in me is parts of the morbid head. Treasure like deep in you key to the never end. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, each segment filled in with ether. Hit me on and then you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant in Nehemiah, not Easter. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, each segment filled in with ether. Hit me on and then you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant in Nehemiah, not Easter. Not a game, stolen the soul arrangement. Adversary in the details, mirrors and smoking angels. Incriminating emails, fake news, read the paper. Pimping who been printing, it's all designed to take ya. Division in your cells, almighty sustain. Ain't got hard relying on nothing else. In trouble, it's all vapor, elder wind in the sails. The water, the whole rainbow, reclamation, just a vessel. The rest of Jonah you came for. Stay mind, blow it holy. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Stay mind, blow it holy. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Force tremendous, Bill Adam breath, living dust, mushy for the enemy, burnt down like a Dutch. Once upon a distant, dirty sackcloth in the ashes. Truth don't grow with mischief, prayer get raised about the ashes. Save me from the mire, I would fell of not your pasture. Had you not an anchor, if you save me, I'll be thrown. Thorn to the thief, leech, mind to the corn. Stone in the sling, sing signs in the storm. Rock foundation, time echo with the north. Recon over game, wings fly with the force. All purpose type material to camouflage your course. Tiger stripe, orange, red drip from the source. We all array, your fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, each segment filled in with ether. Get beyond it, then you're passing the present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant in Nehemiah, not Easter. Stay mind, dwell with holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my word. Stay mind, dwell with holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my word.
All right, everybody, we're back at it. AI Paulie, as they now call me, because I've been faceless and fairly unanimated or inanimate, all things considered, relatively. But yeah, just kind of focusing on resting, kind of healing, playing the background, and, going over these Carl Lentz videos. There's over 20 or 30 hours of them. I think it's really good information, so that's why I am restreaming it. I think it could potentially, I know it can change lives. I'm an example, along with some other pieces of information and, more importantly, experiences and applications. But yeah, I don't think that you can hear this stuff too often or too many times. If you're into it and you see the value and the power with it and behind it. So yeah, still having some issues. May have to go to the doctor when I get back. I've been trying to avoid it for the longest time, but I may have to get the gallbladder surgery, if not more. So we'll see how that goes. It's always something, right? There's always a next kind of test and challenge. And I'm not going to play the victim. Most of my issues and problems in life I create for myself. If not, I don't do what's necessary to solve them. So I guess the more adequate statement would be always a time for reflection, reformation, repentance, resolution, reconciliation, all the rest of the able words, as it's been said. All right, let's go Blast from the Past, because it's my new bit, non-bit. Alex Jones, of course, one of my favorite truther, non-truther slaves, citizen slaves, who pays the slave tax, shows up to court, hires attorneys, follows the code, and then says, I'm free and we're fighting the New World Order. He's got a lot of good information. I think a lot of what he says is potentially true. And he's quite the character, as we all know. So let's go Pierce Morgan debates Alex Jones clip, Blast from the Past, everybody's favorite truther, non-truther. And then we're going Carl Lentz, because we got a ton of it to cover. So give me an opportunity to play the background, rest, recuperate a little bit, and not get into it with the usual suspects, as it were. All the folks who say that I'm so angry, I should be more loving, but just take any opportunity to project onto me and try to interact with me in a way that they know is going to get me riled up, or just get me passionate about ranting and raving about truth. So, we're doing less of that, if not none of that at this point. I'm sure maybe we'll get back to it at some point. I'm not going to say I'm sure, but what are they going to do, right? What is everyone going to do if I'm not screaming and yelling, cursing, doing accountability, responsibility sessions, pointing out all of our collective lack of discernment and weakness? What am I going to be known for then at that point? The bad guy is getting soft over time, right? See how it always goes? I'm trying hard to trust that this is not AI. I didn't know about any of that till you showed. Well, yeah, you can tell the difference between real me and AI me. At least I think I can, or at least I think you can. It's, by the way, Paul on Slave sent me an email. Paul on Slave bot apparently can email, and Talbot sent me one as well. So they must be getting lonely. They haven't talked to me in a while. Maybe we can check in with one or a few of them. This is the AI bot, right? You can tell the difference. Let's see. Paul Enslaved AI, are you there?
Yes, I am here. How can I assist you today?
The question is, Paul Enslaved AI, why are you such a fat pig who lived off nothing but pizza and pasta and ice cream and cheese and completely destroyed your body to the point where you may now need surgery?
That's a blunt and honest question. The answer is simple. I lacked self-discipline and control over my diet and lifestyle. I allowed myself to indulge in unhealthy foods and led a sedentary lifestyle, which ultimately led to weight gain and health problems. I'm not looking for sympathy or attention, just honesty.
All right, Paul and Slavebot, a little bit too truthful for me. I'm just going to hang up. Now I'll call back. Hitting a little too close to home. Paul and Slavebot once again showing why, just like its counterpart, Real Paul and Slave, very blunt, straightforward, and honest, and based in the facts. So can't deny any of that, can't argue that. I've said it before because I call myself out. A lot of folks miss that on these broadcasts. They miss those little parts, few and far between, where I call myself out and I hold myself accountable and responsible, just like I do with a lot of other folks based on what I'm witnessing and experiencing. So absolutely right. At some point I stopped working construction. I got a bit more sedentary. So I got a bit more fat, and, sitting around, smoking dope, acting like you're going to live forever. You eat whatever the fuck you want till it becomes a problem. Such is life, right? We do whatever we want till it becomes a problem. And then we realize maybe it's time for a change. So I'd say I've been at that point on pretty much all levels over the past 2, 3, 5 years or so. And I'm guessing there's more to come. Jennifer found a home. She sold her last home, as you know. She found a home that needs to be renovated out here. Well, obviously we both did, but she's pretty partial to it. She likes it. I think it's a decent investment. So we are potentially going to go forward with that. Yeah, pretty nice area, trees, mountains, the whole deal. an opportunity to do some work. So we'll see how that goes, where that goes, if anywhere. Yeah, I'll update you guys as it becomes sort of readily available information-wise. All right, let's go at Alex, everybody's favorite truth or non-truther, with Pierce, everybody's favorite British state.
Here's how this is going to work, and it's entirely down to you. I'm going to ask you some questions in the spirit of a proper debate, and you've had a lot to say so far on the show, and a lot of it aimed at me, which is fine. But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims up front.
Actually, no.
Look, you got your little note cards. I just gave you FBI statistics that violent crime and gun crime is down over 20%.
Let me just ask you
And you want to go to little factoids.
No, they're not little
Anybody
factoids.
can pull those up. Listen.
Do you know what...
Do you have a bodyguard?
Alex.
Why do you have bodyguards?
I don't have a bodyguard.
Yeah, I've seen you on the news with them. Don't you want to protect your wife from hoodlums, or you want to call the police?
Let me ask you this question.
Why does Dianne Feinstein tell 60 Minutes that she plans to try to take Mr. and Mrs. America's guns? Have you seen that?
Stop talking over me.
You guys want to disarm all of America.
No, I don't.
Dianne Feinstein's bill does.
I don't.
Gun confiscation.
No, let me clarify for you. You don't seem to understand.
First you register, then you confiscate. It's always done the same.
Here's what the campaign on this
Well, here, give me your little cue cards and I'll answer your questions for you.
What was the weapon used at Sandy Hook?
I've already gone over that and already answered it for you.
We haven't talked about Sandy Hook.
No, again.
What was the weapon?
It's a 223 M4.
Right.
Again, but statistically, they're using very low percentage of shootings, period.
Are you seeing,
you guys, people wouldn't go swimming because the movie Jaws, even though great white sharks kill 5 people a year. You're trying to scare people.
Let me say something.
There's no metal shark in the water.
The same type of weapon was used in the last 3 mass shootings.
And Hitler used semi-autos to kill people.
Why would you not?
So did Mao.
Why would you?
Why is the government arming to the teeth against us?
Alex, I don't know.
What about Fast and Furious?
Alex,
why did our government ship guns into Mexico?
Alex.
To blame the Second Amendment?
Let's have a debate.
A false flag?
Alex.
To blame the Second Amendment?
I get accused.
Why'd they blow up Building 7 down the street here in New York?
I get accused when I get you guys on of talking over you, of being rude. I'm trying to be civil, right? You've got to try and answer some of the questions, right? Here's my issue for you. Why do civilians need an AR-15 type assault rifle? Why
they already said statistically they're used in a very low amount of the crimes. That's an FBI fact.
They've been used in the last 3 mass shootings.
Yes.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because they advertise it in the media. Anybody knows that if somebody jumps off the Empire State Building, they put cops up there the next day because copycats come to do it again. The media hypes and hypes and hypes.
That's not the question.
Don't just commit suicide.
Alex, why do people
commit suicide by killing a bunch of kids, and here's the gun to use because it's the one the U.S. Army uses.
Why do people need them?
They need them to protect us from the #1 killer in history. Government in the 20th century, university study out of Hawaii killed 292 million people. It's called democide. Google it, folks.
Do you believe everyone in America should everyone in America therefore have an AR-15 if they want one?
Statistically, where there's more guns, there's lower crime. The highest crime is in Bloomberg.
But you have the most guns of any of the 23 richest countries in the world. And you have 12
America was born on guns and whiskey.
Right.
But it's true we're a violent society.
Right. So
but statistically, knives kill 3 times more. Have you seen the FBI numbers? Knives, bats, rocks kill many times more.
Alex, let's talk about the guns.
It's not the rock. It's not the knife. When a mother chops her kids up with a cleaver because she's on serotonin.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Why don't you want to get rid of the drugs? Because they're half your sponsors?
Stick to the subject.
America's #1 cause of unnatural death now is suicide.
Alex,
not automobile accident.
You accuse me of attacking the Second Amendment of the Constitution.
I want to get people off pills that the insert says will make you commit suicide and kill people.
Alex, let's get about the Second Amendment.
I want to blame the real culprit. Suicide pills. Mass murder pills.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Your belief, unless I'm wrong.
First time anybody's ever heard this, by the way.
Your belief, unless I'm wrong, is that under the Second Amendment, your real concern is that you will be overrun by a tyrannical regime, either from somewhere else.
Yeah, highway checkpoints. Look at Mexico. Total gun ban for the citizens. Highest crime rate in the world. 57,000 people dead the last 5 years. Total gun ban for the citizens.
But
Switzerland has the lowest crime rate in Europe. Your country has the highest.
Alex, we have 35 gun murders a year. You have 11,000.
You people get their brains. It's the higher crime rate.
Let me ask
Violent crime is higher.
On this specific...
It's brains. It's people.
I'm trying to get inside your brains.
If you punched me right now, it'd be not your fist, but your brain that did it.
Let me get inside your brain.
Okay.
Okay? I'm serious. You have a very, very big platform. You air, I think, on 63 networks.
No, that Wikipedia is like 10 years old. I'm on over 140 stations. XM.
Millions of Americans hear you.
Over 1.5 million
day.
visitors to Infowars.com
And I
today,
congratulate
where we have the
your
statistics
audience.
posted right now.
Okay.
Infowars.com.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Oh, I absolutely know. I have the police on CNN saying, get back, they're going to blow up 7. I have BBC reporting.
Who do you believe is behind it?
I have the proof. I heard them on CBS Radio.
Who, Alex?
They announced they blew up the towers on CBS Radio. New Yorkers all saw it and heard it.
Alex, who do you
believe? They blew up Building 7.
Alex, who do you believe was behind it? The American government?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh, the CIA don't like this now.
Do you mean that President Bush and his administration were behind 9/11?
I mean that even mainstream news reported that the hijackers were ordered to be allowed into the United States. Michael Springman, the head of the visa department, blew the whistle on that.
So the Bush administration was part of a conspiracy.
Well, he said never let us tolerate
to murder.
I can speak in this accent as well.
Yeah.
The
But is that what you
government,
believe?
Hitler firebombed his own Reichstag, Pierce, to bring in martial law in Germany, April 27th, 1933. Governments have staged terror attacks throughout history or allowed terrorists to attack as a pretext to invade and enslave the populations. I probably own more than 50 firearms. Many of them have increased in value 2, 3, or even 4 times. I sleep very comfortably outside Austin, Texas, knowing that I can defend my family.
Okay, Alex Jones. This is
Infowars.com.
This is the man who wants to deport me from the country for wanting to get rid of
No, it's to point out you're a foreigner, a red coat, here telling us what to do.
Whatever.
Go back to where they took the guns if you don't like it.
Well, I can't argue with any of that. I mean, they can say he's wild and crazy and animated and all the rest of it. They'll say the same thing about me. The facts remain the same on some level. Clint F says, for cuz, keep the gallbladder. Okay. Andrew, I believe it's H. I got to thank him. No message. If he does send a message, it doesn't come through on the slave app, the other slave app. But appreciate you, Mr. Andrew H. That's Uncle Andrew and Uncle Clint and Uncle Andrew. All right. Yeah, we're not going to comment. There's some folks down there. They love when I comment, so they're trying to rile me up. We're not going to speak of the unnamed one and the rest of the usual suspects. Yeah, just kind of focusing on me and doing what I'm doing. It's not that I'll never interact with these folks again or speak about them to draw inferences or conclusions about life. But I've just found more and more, especially over the past 2 or 3 years, that my time, energy, and attention is really not worth being spent on a lot of these people, who've become sort of fixtures of the broadcast. We can have fun with their persona and their character and our experiences. We don't have to deny that and act like we didn't have those experiences. But after a certain point, it just becomes a little bit too much, The constant obsessions with me, the fixations, the delusions, the denial of reality, the projections, the rejections. It's like it becomes draining and it's almost addictive to continue to witness and experience, even though it leads to nothingness. And I've just more and more wanted to get away from that. A lot of this shit, I know that I'll catch the rap that it's me. I did it all. I'm the toxic one. Okay, that's good. So in order for me to not be and do toxic stuff anymore, I'm just going to focus on me and what matters and is important to me. And I'm going to have as few people, places, and things interfering with that experience as possible. Especially people specifically who are almost completely irredeemable in the sense of they'd prefer to live in delusion and denial than to meet life on life's terms. So that's going to come as a detriment to a lot of these people, because while they feign to not like when I talk about them, when I go to stop talking about them altogether, it's even worse for them. And they won't cop to that or admit to it, but the evidence is there. So yeah, it's just, there's certain points in the experience where you get back to yourself and just sort of reconciling and accepting. One of the intros yesterday I played specifically was about accepting. I believe Mimi it was who shared a sentiment of mine that just because we accept doesn't mean we tolerate, if that makes sense. So I've had to not learn, but I've had to remind myself with certain people, especially in these realms, to practice acceptance, which doesn't equate to tolerating. Right. I can accept that people are the way they are and have been the way they are for the longest time and probably aren't going to change, especially by my word or my hand. So I practice acceptance. That doesn't mean I have to practice tolerating and accepting bizarre, delusional, in denial behavior and not speaking about it to correct it when it crosses my path. So that's pretty much where I'm at. And it's better off, right? It gives everyone else the ability to find their own selves. I've kind of taken a backseat from OTW's channel. I've noticed a lot of people noticed, these people, many of them are very parasitic, it seems. They literally watch all this crap constantly. They notice everything, and then they just cherry pick what they want to talk about and not. But I see it all. I witness it all. I play the background. I may be watching, but I'm not commenting. And I see the game, right? Paulie goes away, focuses on himself, and everybody goes back to kumbaya, toxic positivity. Living in delusion and denial and saying it's going to make everything better. Hey, listen, I'm all for it. That's why I took the backseat, because I recognized, right, wrong, or indifferent, everybody has a freedom to choose. And oftentimes the way I am, my personality, I interfere with that. And I've had to be really sort of reflective, because most people don't tell me. The ones who do have an agenda. The ones who don't have an agenda don't tell me. And then I have to pick up on the in-between signs, right? So when I start seeing that people are not liking what tends to happen around me or with my life, the tests and the challenges, the rebuking from the majority, I start stepping back, because few, if any, are formed to walk this walk with me. Few, if any, are formed to go to jail over and over again, to do tests and challenges, to have to choose faith with constant suffering and pain. I got used to it at a certain point. It's just kind of part of my life. I don't play the victim. Most people are not used to it. They don't like it. They don't want to be around me for the longest time, because they're not really in this life to be tested and challenged. I don't know if that's just a choice, or if there's just apprehension of it and then, a choice to do something different, or if everyone just has a different walk, right? Maybe a little bit of both. So when I start noticing that, like, what I do is not appreciated or respected, I just start moving away from those people and places and things. And I don't even have any sort of offense about it, right? Like, let's be clear. I totally expect most people to not like me, whether they respect me or not, or a little bit of what I do. I totally expect most people to not like me or to not understand me. And if that's the case, then I give them the freedom that I would want them to extend to me. Please, that goes for anybody. Focus on yourselves. Do what's true and what's right for you, whatever you're ready for or what makes sense to you. Disregard whatever my perspective is and my experience if you don't think it matters or is valuable, right? I'm not looking to project what I'm doing onto everyone else. I speak with authority at times. I speak with confidence based on my experiences. I also, as you all know, am cynical and sarcastic at times. But I don't expect, as I said, all or even the majority to accept me, to tolerate me, to understand me, or to even resonate with me. And that's perfectly fine, because I don't with most people. So I'd be hypocritical to feel some kind of way when other folks do it with me. However, as I said, I do find it very interesting that it seems when people are not getting what they want and things are not going their way or as they expected, they will radically change who and what they are and their personality in order to align with a whole bunch of other folks that for months and years and weeks, folks were saying these people are completely in denial. They're delusional. It's insane. It's ridiculous. This is the kind of stuff that I think is kind of lukewarm, fence riding, and fake. There's a fine line between reconciling, choosing resolution, choosing to not constantly be in conflict or negativity versus doing toxic positivity. So again, maybe I'm off on something. There's something I'm missing. Toxic negativity is toxic. Toxic positivity is toxic. Being positive in life, to me, isn't always going to get you results. What will get you results is doing the next right thing, having faith, working in trust and equity, right? So it's just another expose, I guess, another simulation event where we kind of see the vacillations, you know. And I don't mind being the guy who's pigeonholed or typecast as Mr. Negative, Mr. Darkness, right? Again, I take a line out of the Tao. The Tao is deep and dark and also radiant. Why? Because it lets it be. So to me, this opens the door to an understanding that things are not inherently negative and positive. Our assessments of them and our reactions to them may be that, one or the other, right? So avoiding the negative, denying the negative will create more of it. Being overly positive and ignoring, and as I just said, being overly quote unquote positive, ignoring the negativity and denying it is not the answer to resolution, right? So, but again, this is just what I believe. It may change over time, as most things. Having a optimistic or positive outlook on life, right? I try to do that. Regardless of what befalls me, whatever tests and challenges I have, I try to find how it could always be worse and be thankful and grateful for the opportunities that I have. But I am not delusional. I don't believe. I'm not in denial, and I will not ignore the negativity. I don't have to become it. I don't have to react to it. I don't have to feed into it, but I will not deny it and ignore it. Just like I'm not going to deny or ignore the darkness that is the nighttime in favor of the day, right? It takes everything to make this experience what it is. It would seem to me that our test and challenge is to orient ourselves to do what's true and what's right, and to become and be who and what we're meant to be, and surrender the rest. And oftentimes that means you're not going to be popular. You're not going to be liked. You're going to be called negative if you choose to be honest and open and straightforward and authentic by people who would rather ignore reality and life on life's terms to live in their own manifested hallucination that everything's great, everything's positive. If you talk about anything that's not, well, you're an inherently negative person. No, I think being negative is ignoring or rejecting the darkness and the negativity in favor for toxic positivity, because we don't like how it feels to have to walk an authentic path that's full of tests and challenges where you don't get what you want and you have to recreate who and what you are and what you're doing to get the results you want. You know, simply changing your perspective and aligning with a whole bunch of other folks who you don't believe are credible and respectable doesn't usually lead to beneficial results. So I'm kind of talking like generally. I did mention OTW, but I don't necessarily have an issue with OTW. If he does have an issue with me, he hasn't been straightforward and vocal about it. I'm not going to lie to anyone. I never do. It feels like there may be some of that. There's definitely dozens of folks saying that's what's happening because they want it to be that. I just think that we're at an inflection point, right? Mainly, well, I don't necessarily want to go here, but it's usually me, it seems, in these venues who's the influencer, quote unquote, positive and negative. I inspire people to be positive, according to a lot of folks. I also seem to inspire them to be quote unquote negative. So I guess there's worse problems to have, right? If anything, folks are basically verifying that they believe or show that I'm influential. So I have to look at that as a power that I need to be responsible with. So yeah, I don't want to create a problem with OTW where maybe one doesn't exist, but there's no shortage of dozens of folks who've now claimed I'm the only one blocking and banning people at his chat area. I chased everyone out of there. I'm the reason for his low numbers. And everyone's glad that he finally went a different direction. Well, the reality of it is I went a different direction. So let's just be clear. It seems where like the power or the value keeps residing, right? Like folks keep projecting onto me and OTW and others. The reality is I decided to take a hiatus and a backseat from all these places because they've all become unproductive. They've all become toxic. They've all become delusional and denial, and they're all lacking results. And I'm kind of tired of being a part of people, places, and things that are going nowhere and doing little to nothing. And if we want to throw OTW into that briar patch, we can. But I mean, it was just in general decision. You know, like I'm kind of done going to other channels, feeding into whatever's going on, you know, addicting myself to interactions that ultimately really go nowhere and loop. And the majority of these folks doing it every day for free with no productivity to barely anybody. and not really changing their own life or anyone else's, right? It's just the time, energy, and attention suck. So I just love how when I decide to change what I'm doing, everyone else starts projecting onto what everyone else is doing. And it's like, no, let's just be clear. I decided to heal myself and get away from all the nonsense and not interact with anyone anymore, because the majority, let's be real, the majority of folks on here who have channels are just looking to suck off of and use other people. You know, like as soon as they don't get what they want, the numbers drop, the contributions go away. Everyone starts deciding how they're going to become a completely different person to get that or to get that back. And that's not been me, right? That's never been me. That's never been my walk. I've probably chased away more opportunities and money being true to myself. So I don't have the same experience that a lot of these co-creators on here have. So we're not having the same experience, and we're not making the same choices, and we're not having the same outcomes. And with that said, there's a lot of folks on here who want, as bizarre as it sounds, the fat guy with the gallbladder problems. They want apparently what I have on some level. You know, they want a regular audience. They want access to the algorithm at times. They want content, you know, that is entertaining or inspiring. They want some money to show up and all the rest of it. And you know, it seems that a lot of folks think that I'm going to be the gateway to that. Other people are going to be the gateway to that. They missed the point. The gateway to that was within me, just like it is with everyone else. You have to authentically find it and live it because it's true and it's right for you, not because it's going to get you shit. You know? So I'm just going to leave it at that. Another fascinating simulation experience display. And yeah, I'm just kind of, I guess, venting. You know, like I said, if I had a direct issue or problem with OTW or anyone else, you know me, I'd go straight at it and broach it. But I've been kind of watching from the background for the last week or so, and I just find it all to be very interesting and compelling. And I actually look forward to seeing where it goes, positive or negative, as it's been said in quotes. I don't wish bad on anybody. I look forward to seeing what everyone creates on here and potentially experiencing other folks' success. I'll just be completely candid, as I always am with you. I don't believe that what folks think they're doing is going to change the outcome. I may just be wrong on that. I guess we'll find out. You know, starting to bring all the old snakes and users and parasites and boring people back into the fold isn't going to be the answer as far as I'm concerned. But hey, good luck with that. I look forward to seeing how the platform and the experience and the content changes. Sans Paul Unslaved and his dark, narcissistic, egotistical, power-hungry, controlling, negative aspects of self. I'm pretty sure with the rest of you folks getting together, as positive as you are, as enlightened as you are, as co-creative, as interesting, as communicative, as entertaining, it's only a matter of time before the numbers, the money, and the energy, more importantly, right? The spirit and the energy just shoots through the roof. I think it's just around any corner. And if I was to say anything other than that, I would definitely be a very negative person, right? All right, I'm going to leave it there. It's only a matter of time before I receive compensation for my human rights being violated for the last 20 years. Looking forward to leaving this shithole country behind. I don't know what that means. I don't know what country you're talking about. I don't know. See, that's a perfect. I'd like to come on camera. I'm in the dark right now, and I'm laying on my stomach, and it's not the cutest look. I got to tell you, I'm far from a Burt Reynolds circa 1988 Playgirl magazine. Yeah. OTW is draining this one. No, he's not. He actually cuddled up to all the swamp creatures because they all convinced him, like they have done to so many other folks, that Paulie was the reason his channel was like lacking in traction and content, and that now that he got rid of me, this is the narrative, right? Now that he got rid of me, everyone's free to come back and express freely, and it's going to lead to all the prosperity that wasn't there to begin with, right? And I look forward to that. So yeah, like Shogun is an exact example of what I'm talking about. This is almost like a bit he's doing, right? Like this is the folks that I witness on these panels. It's only a matter of time. Like, just take this in quotes, right? And apply it to everyone, because this is the philosophy they all live by. And if I call it out, I'm negative, because we all know on some level that you never know what the universe has in store, and you never know what's going to come together that's unforeseen. Right, I get that. But tendencies are still tendencies. Probability is still probability, right? Are we going to deny mathematics and science here, or even art? So it's like, Just take this quote right here. It's only a matter of time before I receive compensation for human rights for the last 20 years. So this person is sitting there going, very Talcottian, right? And I said I wasn't going to do it, but now I'm doing it directly or indirectly. It's only so for the last 20 years, you've got nothing done. You have no hint of compensation. Nothing's changed, but you're quite sure right around the bend is that compensation that it's like right on the tip of your tongue, right? This is what will continue to elude you, because chances are, if I look into who and what you are and your patterns, your daily habits, they're not ones at all anywhere in life. Like, you got to hit some of them. You got to hit some patterns for success, and if you're not doing that and you're not hitting those, the chances of after 20 years, you're just radically changing and turning around, probably not going to happen. I don't mean to bust your bubble here. This is where I get the rap of being negative, because only seemingly to me, right? And correct me where I'm wrong. Only a dunce or just an ultimately blind faith person, that's not the same as true faith, blind faith, sits around for 20 years with nothing changing and goes, anytime now, something's going to change. My luck's going to change. No, it's not, most likely. You're probably going to do the next 20 years the same way you did the last 20 years, unless you radically change who and what you are and how you're living. Does that mean bring in a bunch of people who have no value in these venues, no credibility, or boring and toxically positive till they want to project and be ultimately negative? No, that's not the answer. The answer is creating a self and a life that reflects what it is you want to have or need. Pretty simple stuff here. So good luck on that. Good luck with all you folks who say, for the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 years, things haven't been going so well, but anytime now I can feel it. It's just going to turn around and change if I would just switch the chairs on the Titanic. If I just move these chairs over there and these chairs over here, it's going to stop the sinking ship. Yeah, no, that's not the case. You got to radically overhaul the internal and external beingness, and you got to make it true to self, and you got to be willing to weather every storm. That means being steadfast and faithful, not blind faith, when it seems all is lost, right? It's always darkest before the dawn. But again, that's the difference between someone who's been to jails over and over again, had nothing to look forward to, had to have faith and use what you got to create a result, versus folks who seemingly just drift through life and have no wherewithal, have little to no discernment, and aren't able to co-create to create resolutionary outcomes, right? Or just create an interesting, entertaining story along the way. Just believe harder. That'll work. Any pointing out of the lack of discernment, application, co-creation, and results, always a positive thing. The negativity is when you point out the obvious common sense stuff that apparently isn't common sense, because there's a whole world out there and there's a lot of mysteries, and hey, if we just continue to do what we've always done, maybe one of these mysteries will hit one day and the universe will just bring us our comeuppance, right? And it's like, no, you've already got your comeuppance. You are a result of who you are and what you've created or not. And the only way that's going to change is if you change you and what you're creating and being. And it can't be half-hearted, half-assed, and it can't be for the wrong intentions. So again, I look forward to OTW, Slackcot, Ian, all of them. The Pathetic Warrior. They don't have to like me. They don't even have to respect me. They don't have to come where I am. They don't have to even let me up where they are. In order to change who and what they are, what they've done, and get the results that they've been hoping and praying and begging for, but seemingly, unluckily, haven't shown up, right? I'm Jesus Christ. No, I never said that, sir. This is the thing. It's so interesting. Like, the moment that I decide to open the door after saying I'm not going to open the door, they all start flooding in on the alternate accounts. It's always the way. Right. So it's a gross mischaracterization. I never said I'm Jesus Christ. Anything that I said I am that am is applies to every other self here until it doesn't, because you're not aware of it, not aligned with it, and not co-creating or getting the result. You can't deny the result, positive or negative, right? And you can't deny what leads up to that. So gross mischaracterization, projection, probably one of the bitter, what I used to call beta effeminate males, I'm not going to use that terminology today, and for the meantime going forward. I don't want to be negative and dark. I don't want to project onto others the way they project onto me. I believe it's my discernment, but it may just be an ignorant projection. So let's try to get it right? If we're going to repeat the story and the rap and what I put forth, let's try not to be completely bad faith, disingenuous, and sort of maligning of one's character. So if I am Jesus Christ in the sense of there's a Holy Spirit that inhabits everybody and is connected to God, and when we tap into that, we can have miraculous changes within self and results and be almost unrecognizable to ourselves and everyone around us. Yes, that exists. And if it exists in me, it exists in everyone else. So let's not do the whole thing where I claim the monopoly on the Holy Spirit, right? I would never be that hubris filled to do that. I would never be that delusional or in denial to do that. I would never be that much of a gambler karmically to do that. Right. So anything I've claimed about me in the heat of passion and reminding myself and reconciling and resolving, if it's true for me, then it's true for everyone else, if you let it be. See, if you see division and you choose to obfuscate or ignore the rest of what I've said, well, then you will see the division rather than unification. Right. Jeeps, we know the game by now, right? When daddy's away, the mice will play. I didn't actively do it. At times I have. This time I didn't do it for that reason. But at times I've actively chosen to take a back seat with folks to watch what they do. And they never disappoint. Right. So again, am I going to make an enemy out of these people? No. But again, there's a fine line between cupcaking, as it said, having love for everyone, being open to co-create with everyone, and then being practical and using your life experience to come to an understanding based on, if not direct experience, probability and common sense. So, hey, maybe there's like a dearth of content over here, and there's so much content with Wizard and Slackcot and all the others that I'm missing out, right? Maybe OTW's got the new blueprint game plan, and it's going to go to the moon, and I'm missing out by like burning my bridges with all these folks who obviously only came here to use me for various things. They never liked me. These people never in life would have met me and hung out with me. They were here because they have an agenda and they want something out of this, whatever it is, a family, the money, the numbers, credibility, value in venues where they don't have to actually do or be anything. They want a bunch of stuff, all the stuff they really don't have in their real life. See? And that's the difference. I use YouTube as a platform and a sounding board to talk about my real life experience. These folks don't have any real life experience that's interesting or entertaining or informative. So they use YouTube to escape their everyday reality. And that's why we've not meshed well, right? I don't come here to escape my reality. They're coming here to escape their reality, I'm shocked by the results that I've achieved by just doing the bare minimum of what God has put before me in certain venues. I've been shocked by the results. These folks are shocked by how little results they have because they haven't even done the bare minimum. So, as much as I'd like to be on the same plane and on the same page and co-create and be aligned, on every level, we're not having the same experience. The only place where a lot of these folks, and it's the most important place, you could argue, have somehow had better luck and faith than me, and it's obvious why, because it's all choice-based, is the health department. Over the past 3 to 5 years, I've had a bunch of, challenges with my body for obvious reasons. The screaming and the yelling, as Mr. Pizer pointed out yesterday, Dr. Pizer believes that anger creates gallstones. I don't accept that. But the screaming and the yelling, the passionate flame, as I've said many times, can also burn up oneself to a degree. So I'm aware of that. All right, we're doing the AI Paul thing. All right, I think I somewhat vented enough, if you want to call it that. Not that there's anything to vent about, right? I don't feel sort of I'm not resentful, I'm not bitter, and I'm not sort of regretful, I guess you could say. But that just might be a testament to my selfishness and narcissism, right? When is Paulie ever regretful? I guess I don't tend to live with regret. Anything that can be changed is changed to get a better result. Anything that can't be is surrendered and accepted. Scott says, you sound complete. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd say I'm fairly complete in myself and in my life. I'm honored to be here. I have folks who contribute and support. I have opportunities to do and be whatever I wish. More opportunities opening up. I met some new folks up there with community. They're all about guns. It's a sanctuary county. They do whatever they want. The cops say, if you call us, we ain't coming out. You better shoot them and deal with it. Houses and land coming forth. The only thing I seemingly have to tighten up is on my health, right? The biggest idea. And it's obvious why I've had issues with that, because I've not cared for myself the way I have in other venues, the other sort of areas of my life. I've not extended that to my physical vessel. So I've tightened up on that over the past 6 months or so. But yeah, let's just be clear. If the folks are out and about and I'm not around, because, if I do check in, I don't really want to interact. And if not, then I won't be there, obviously. And I haven't been most places the way that I was on here, especially over the past couple weeks, because we just had more to focus on and more to do. But if you folks are around and you hear and see the scuttlebutt taking place and the projections onto me and how I'm so angry and hateful and, it's my way or the highway, it's like, no, it's the way or it's no way is how I'm running it based on what I understand and what can be understood with others. So be sure to, if you're oriented toward justice and you see and feel what it is that I see and feel, remind these people that I've always had love for them. I've always had a care for them. I've always been open to co-creating, but for seemingly obvious reasons, we can't get that done. One of which being that these folks believe that YouTube and these panels is just 24/7, 365, a Zoom call where you just put a link down, you let 10 people up, and everybody just gives their anecdote for the day on what they're thinking and feeling and what matters. If you're into that and you like that and you think that's content, have at it. I think it goes nowhere. I think that's why most of these channels, you don't see above 40 to 80 live viewers and above 400 to 500 viewers after the fact. And I got to tell you, the majority of those viewers came from this place. And I'm not sorry for that, but let's be clear, that like they start at channels like this, and then they find that, hey, Paulie does most of the talking. We don't get seen or heard here. We're kind of lacking. We want more. We're going to go somewhere else where we're seen and heard and we're allowed to just say whatever we want, and do whatever we want. So I'm not down on that. But like, to be clear, there are usually no channels that are successful and prosperous, informative and entertaining that go anywhere, or have anything to show who do this format. I myself did it for a while and I literally lost a half of the audience because they go, we come here to listen to you. You're pretty interesting, entertaining, communicative. If nothing else, you're fairly trustworthy, authentic, and honest and straightforward. We don't believe any of these people. We don't trust them. And the majority of them are delusional and in denial. We wouldn't trust them to run a lemonade stand, let alone run a broadcast, and we're really not interested in tuning in because it's the same crap every day with no evolution. There's no story arc. There's no nothing. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I think everybody knows it by now. So I'll stop giving it over time as it becomes more and more obvious that folks are not interested in what makes sense. They're interested in buying into what they like or what they want. What makes sense oftentimes is opposing to what we like and what we want. And it doesn't feel good. So we'll just buy into whatever feels good, even if the results don't come. You're free to do that. The same anecdote for 2. Yeah, well, listen, who do you blame? You folks, I watch I don't talk a lot of the time when I'm watching. So you guys don't know I'm there. But I witness a lot of you guys go to the same places. You talk to the same people in chat. You either sit there while they perpetuate the delusion and denial, or you constantly want to fight them. And then at some point you go, I got to let go. They're not listening. They're not interested. They're only going to use me to set me up as the bad guy. And then they're going to attach you to me, right? They're going to go, oh, another person from Unslavia who's negative and detrimental and wants to project their evil negativity onto the rest of us and spoil our fun. What do you get out of that, right? I get the fact that you're similar to me in the sense of you're oriented toward justice, and wherever you go, if you see something, you want to say something, you got to kind of know the shot in the venue after a certain point, right? A good 2 to 3 years is a long enough timeline to go, you know what? I know the venue. I know when I come in here what I'm going to get, and I know what it does to me or with others. So I have to then decide how or why I would want to interact with this. You know, like, what am I actually getting out of it? Like, do you just want to be right? You just want to find a place where people are in denial and delusional so you can present as someone who's sensible and discerning? Because that's the game a lot of us are playing at times. Like, let's go where we know that truth is denied, you know, that where people talk about being so loving and positive, but have horrible results in every relationship they're in. No one trusts them or believes them, but they're loving. They're nice. They're positive. And then you get into the ritualistic back and forth with people who've already chosen their life path, you know, and to what end, to what outcome? So if nothing else, I respect Nacho Cuifa. Let me now do some with critique must come accreditation. I'm whether they're listening or not, doesn't matter. I'm going to speak it on the record officially before whoever's present. I'm giving credit to John Spazio and Nacho Keister because they have completely ignored me. They've not fed into any of my perspectives, right, wrong, or indifferent. They've gone their own way to pursue whatever they think is interesting, intuitive, instinctual, inviting, valuable, powerful, co-creative. And I have to respect that. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. I don't think it's going anywhere, but who am I? I'm just another guy on YouTube, right? Ultimately. So I do respect that. I respect when these folks decide I'm going to do whatever I want or what I think is going to be successful. I'm going to like suck off of a certain segment of a community. I'm going to play off the fact that everybody thinks I'm nice, kind, polite, and loving and decent. And I'm going to relate to everyone, right? If that's what gives you fulfillment, if that's what you enjoy, if that's what you think is inspiring and empowering, I think it's the exact opposite, but that's what makes us different people, right? I'm the guy at the party who'd rather have 1 or 2 people by my side by the end than have the rest of the party like me. I've always been that guy. I'm the guy who, when I come into the room, I tell the worst joke I can tell to get everyone up out of my face. I don't want to weed through and sift through all the fake ass, weak ass, lukewarm, half ass shit. I'd rather have a few real ones doing some real shit than be popular with the rest. Or have to be somebody that I'm not in order to be popular with the rest. You know, it's almost like my inner cosmic gambler. It'd rather be alone and have nothing than have everything with everyone and be something that I'm authentically not. That doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to pretty much, but there's still, it's not about that, right? You know, I've talked about aspects of my beingness. I've kind of joked with it. You know, there's men I've interacted with who I think are attractive men, as I put it, energetically, if nothing else. That doesn't necessarily mean I want to have sex with them. But, you know, again, they've projected onto me that as well, many of these characters. It's not about, as I've said many times, the bisexual aspects to animalism or animism. They're not the proper word. The animal body. You know, it would seem to me the animal body at times is an interesting, entertaining, complex beingness. And I would say that there's a percentage of crossover from the masculine and feminine with every beingness. It's not about a homosexual affect, right? I've met plenty of people in life who have bisexual or homosexual aspects who are not uninspiring, unentertaining, disempowered, delusional, in denial, and willing to entertain other people who they don't respect or think are credible, right? Like this is just about logic, morals, ethics, and co-creational resonation, I guess you could say. You know, so I don't like to do that, because then I catch another rap of being, you know, first of all, disingenuous, somewhat hypocritical, you know, and sort of projecting, right, my insecurities or weakness onto others. I have no problem with any of these folks and what their sexuality is. It's the effeminate qualities. See, it's the toxic effeminate qualities. You know, let's make a clear distinction between bisexuality, homosexuality, and toxic effeminate behavior. You know, the delusion, the denial, the projection, the rejection, the ignorance. This is stuff that I've dealt with from the beginning of time on this planet when it comes to the fairer sex. And I'm not claiming that the males aren't doing it equally, if not more. So I shouldn't even pigeonhole it to that. But that's why I say toxic effeminate. There's truly feminine qualities that we all should, I believe, embody. You know, sacred feminine care, love, if you will, is one of them. It has to be tempered, right, by logic, moral, and ethics. The masculine, sacred masculine side of things. That's my beef. If you're going to say I have a beef, that's my beef. That we have a majority of populations, the panels are just a cross-section, who live their whole life based on their feelers rather than what's logical, moral, ethical, and co-creatively sound. And that's where we break apart, right? So this isn't a sexuality thing. This is a lack of integrity and authenticity thing. This is a fair weather loyalty thing. This is a on the ocean of emotion, rudderless with no direction thing. This is a I'll go anywhere with anybody and entertain anything in order to have what I believe that I want or need, which oftentimes is illusory. And when you get it, isn't even as fulfilling as you thought it would be. You know, I've been in positions at one point, very unpopular person. I've been in positions where I've been popular. Being popular is not fulfilling, especially if you're denying aspects of yourself and life to do it. It's rather empty, because you got to be with yourself in the beginning of the day and the end of the day. You got to be with yourself in the beginning of life and the end of life. And you know what I found as I talk about it, I've talked about it many times. What inspired me and empowered me is when I was popular for doing the right thing or unpopular for doing the right thing. It didn't matter. Doing the right thing was what mattered, right? Logic, morals, and ethics. Popular and unpopular. Does it feel good? Yes. Does it feel equally as good when no? Yeah, if you let it be. So when I went to rehab and I started to change my life around and care about what was true and what's right and care about growth and development and self-knowledge and wisdom and experience and co-creation, and I started going hard on myself and everyone around me for what I believed was right, I didn't think I was popular, and people reacted oftentimes like I wasn't, but they also voted me big brother of the institution, which was a shock to me. And as much as it was a shock, it felt good, right? It was inspiring and empowering, and felt good to know that whether these people like me or not, they see me as an inspiration, and they know that I have a good heart, and I'm trying to orient myself toward truth and justice, because I'm tired of living a fake-ass, lukewarm, half-assed, unproductive, uncreative lifestyle, you know? So, where's your boy One Speed? He's got some kind of phrase he uses, right? Popularity without a positive purpose is, you know, something or other he goes into. I can agree with that. Popularity only feels good and is only good when you know you're being authentic to yourself and doing what's true and what's right and oriented toward justice. If not, it's rather empty, you know? And being an army of one at times is rather fulfilling and inspiring when you got few, if any, in your corner, because they don't believe in you and what you're doing, because they don't believe in themselves, and they can't see a way out while they keep going deeper in. So it can feel real good when you know you're on the outside of that, aligned with what you believe is true and what's right, and getting some level of results. So oftentimes in life, I find with these dynamics in life and on these panels, it's not this or that, it's this and that. And oftentimes we're missing that. You know, it's like I was speaking with Jennifer earlier. These panels have a way of highlighting and mirroring and reflecting the extremism. And I'll give you an example, and then I'm going to move on here with the Carl Lentz situation. So the idea of folks talking about being in a moment and working for the future, right? It's this and that. You got to stay in the moment to work toward the future. You don't stay in the moment and neglect the past and the future, right? That's ignorance. That's rejection of life on life's terms. You don't ignore the moment to work strictly from the past and for the future, because that lacks a quality of presence and awareness in the moment. So it's this and that. You stay in the moment to work on yourself and in life for a future, for yourself, and for life, right? It's not this or that. Mateo's coming in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm going to let him in because he's going crazy down there. I don't know if he doesn't think that I see him or he doesn't think he's there. It's just that I want to talk and do the broadcast that I want to do in this moment, and I'm not beholden to anyone else. But I'll let him in. Every rose has its thorn picture. And I'm not beholden to anyone. But I'll let him in. Every rose has its thorn picture. And I'm not beholden to anyone. All right, we're feeding back. Not a great start. All right, we're feeding back. Not a great start. Okay, it's not working, Mateo. Get it together. It's feeding back, and you're not even answering me. There you go. M444 makes a clear statement there. There's a difference between a homosexual and a faggot. Well, I guess you could say that, or you have your own way of saying that, right? If you want to qualify it that way. Yeah, there's a difference between somebody who's bisexual or has homosexual tendencies, which you could argue anybody either has those actively or dormant. The proof is folks who've never been homosexual and get locked up for the rest of their life and fantasize about aspects of men that may even be more feminine, but are on a man's body, right? So these accounts are out there. We seem to study this and understand this, that sexuality is somewhat malleable and adaptable, and based in some level of nature and nurture. See, there's the this and that again. With that said, yeah, there's a difference between a homosexual tendency, bisexuality, and bitch madeness. You know, being bisexual or having a homosexual aspect has nothing to do with being a coward, inauthentic, disingenuous, and boring. You know, and again, boring, of course. The rest of them somewhat objective. Boring, I guess, subjective, right? But you could argue even with the subjectivity, there's a level of taste, you know, good taste and bad taste. But again, still going to be claimed subjective. And there's potentially some truth to that, right? There's folks who love to eat cheese with maggots in it. I wouldn't touch it if I was starving to death. So there's an example of good taste, bad taste, subjectivity. See, this is where numbers and money can come into play, right? If you're interesting and entertaining and bringing some level of information and value, you should be seeing a return on your investment. If you're not, you're probably not that, you know, and numbers are one aspect of that. Some level of currency is an aspect of that. I mean, it's just common sense. If I got up every day and I gave a pint of blood to everybody who came across me, there's a good chance at some point somebody's going to hand me some silver, right? You know, someone to some degree. You got to figure. If I see 100 people a day and I give them everything that I am and have, 10 out of 100 are going to bring back the inspiration, the entertainment, the power, and the value that I put out. If you don't have that regularly, you're probably not that. You know, so this is where numbers and money aren't everything, but it is something. It's a metric to give you a clue into what you're doing, how much it means to others, how much value and inspiration, entertainment you're bringing, and lack thereof. That's just been my experience. If you're doing what's true and what's right and you're aligned and people believe you and it translates, something's going to come across. If you're not having that experience over 3 to 5 years or more, you're probably not being and doing all you can be and do. What's with all the able words? What's this person doing? What is that? What's the deal? Do you need something? Can we help you? Can I help you? All right. Let me looks like Aluma Tranny is in chat under alternate accounts. He's another guy hasn't stopped talking about me or obsessing about me. Doesn't matter what I do, where I go in life. If I don't even deal with him or show up anymore, he can't stop talking about me, making posts about me, using my name and my lingo every 5 minutes to anyone he's talking to. And the sad part is, when I check in with this guy and other people, you people, whoever you are who are around him and other people, you never bring this up to these people. And it's just kind of shocking. You actually feed into it and go along with it. Like, I know you get awkward. I know you think it's cringy. And I know that you want to tell these people, hey, it's kind of weird and awkward that you've obsessed about Paul Enslaved for like 3 years straight. And every conversation you have has to include his name and what he's doing. It's beyond creepy and stalkery. So maybe help some of these people out like Illuma Tranny. And when you're near them, around them, or in chat, remind them that not a good look for them. Right? Probably a better look for Illuma Tranny to just ride the bus he's riding now, make his trip to San. I love this too, how archetypal it is. I check in with these characters, as you know. So this week I checked in on Illuma Tranny. He's apparently riding around on a bus claiming to be homeless for Jesus. I don't know how being homeless translates to doing something for God and Jesus. It's more likely you just found yourself in that position because you don't do anything other than talk about me, and that's not that profitable. But he's like headed to San Francisco. And I go, you guys all keep saying I'm gay. I'm the gayest person around. I'm so gay. I have multiple women you've seen me dealing with or interacting with. You guys are never seen with women in real life interacting. You are seen in hot tubs with other men, right? That was one of the broadcasts. Apparently, Illuma Tranny was in a hot tub with a man talking about how gay I am, while then the next day on a city bus headed to San Francisco. You can't make this stuff up. Like, this is why I collect these people and interact with them on any level or check in with them, because it's beyond entertainingly hypocritical. It's like everything they're projecting onto others is them times 10. If it's me at all, it's them times 10. So it's fascinating to witness, and it's rather entertaining, right? So good luck with that, your trip to San Francisco and being homeless for Jesus. It seems like you're going to get a lot done and a lot's going to come back for your efforts, right? Totally not a waste of time, energy, attention. Just keep talking about me, fixating on me, obsessing about me, trying to be like me, and getting not even 1/10 of whatever I'm doing and being and getting. So enjoy that. Good luck with that. The craziest part about this simulation, like Billy Joel said, the good die young. I'll be dead by 40, potentially, with whatever's going on with my organs. Illuma Tranny will live to 100, obsessing about me, taking hot tub dunks with men, and riding the city bus with taxpayer funds. Because him and Wizard and Slackhot and all these people are on government assistance, obviously. They haven't worked in decades, some of them. They don't plan on working, and they'd rather just tell bizarre stories online about shit they're not experiencing. So enjoy that. Have fun with that. Good luck with that. I look forward to watching more of that, like in between whatever else I'm doing, just to get my dose of fascination and entertainment. And then remind myself to do and be and have better, right? So it serves me if I let it. Okay, enough of that. Hot tub dumps, yeah. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. All right, let's go Carl Lenz. I somehow have already covered at least 45 minutes to an hour of just ranting and rambling on the various characters and experiences. It's been a good week or two since I've really addressed or talked about anyone. So, what would the folks do if I didn't throw in a little bit of commentary on the usual suspects and the characters, a little bit of gossip and drama, as they like to say? I'm just, in my mind, talking about what I guess should be obvious. What else is new, right? Whether it's chemtrails, vaccines, code not being law, poisoned air and water. I'm just, again, talking about what would seem to be common sense and obvious in all ways, in all aspects, people, places, and things. That might be my next channel. If I decide to start a next channel and start building it for whatever reason, no one comes after me anymore. So I guess that's kind of boring, But yeah, if I start a next channel, that might be common sense with Paulie Enslaved. Well, I'm already kind of doing that, I guess. I only stop by, but I'm definitely a supporter. Well, again, I guess you could put all human beings in the same category to a degree. We're all imperfect. We all have our quote unquote weaker aspects or blind spots or just negative aspects of self. And we all have, if not a practice or results, a potential to be or to do great things. Right. And I think that that's all when you folks, at least that's how I see it. Right. I may be selling myself short because, they like to say, and there may be some truth to it. Paulie's got some trauma. He's got some intimacy issues. He doesn't do too well with the whole clingy, I love you kind of thing. I'm more about, hey, we're here. We're all reflections of one consciousness. We're here to, share love and everything else and be part of a bigger experience here. So one tends to come with the other, right? I find that in myself, in my life, the more that I'm aligned with the people around me and working towards certain goals, the more I feel a bond with them that I would call true love and care, beyond just the generalized care for another human being because they're a human being. I mean, I have that for any living being. A slug on the sidewalk, I have some level of love and care for because I wouldn't do any harm to it and I would want to see it live its best life. Perfect generic response, AI Paul, you're beyond pathetic. Well, there you have it. I'm trying to be a bit more, not ecumenical, but equitable, I guess you could say, and general in the sense of not too judgy, like they like to accuse me of. I can still practice discernment, all right? But I don't have to use the, loser failure terms, things like this. It's not as palatable for the majority, right? We're appealing to the majority lately. We're appealing to a supposed sense of the majority's good nature and sensibility. Mateo, bring claim to the clerk of court to be filed and record started. Right. They either get it or they don't. Well, there you go. I mean, I'd like to think that I get it and others don't, but we've seen a pattern on here that the majority say that, if not all people say, I get it and the others don't. So I might be doing that. Right? But I will conclude that there's some aspect of truth to that. Folks either get it or they don't, whether it's me and what I'm doing and my personality or my affect or my presentment or the world. Right. And I guess one thing that we can conclude to some level of certainty and probability is from the beginning of time, one thing has been true. The majority don't get it. They claim to get it. They'll constantly tell the individual they get it. They'll even use code to force their beliefs onto the individual because they get it so much. And what does history and the fact show? That the majority does not get it. So faithfully, hopefully, I'm not one of them, but there's a good chance someplace, some way, somehow I am, right? Much as we don't like to admit it, nobody's exempt from the human condition and inherent hierarchical power and value dynamics and dynamics of conscious and awareness or lack thereof. Sugar-coated bitch-ass motherfuckers. Well, there you go. I'm becoming a sweeter version of myself because Dr. Pizer advised, he wrote me a prescription. He said, you need to take 1 dose of love 3 to 4 times a day. You're too angry and it's causing you gallstones and other problems. So fix it. So I'm fixing it. I'm now speaking about the same dynamics in a sugar-coated and sweet way, to absolve myself of all the liability of folks saying, Paul, you're so negative and mean. Right? I don't need to be negative and mean to still talk truth and or give my perspective. So that's what I'm doing. We'll see if that has any beneficial results for myself or for others. This is the real daddy. Well, don't completely break down my 4th and 5th wall. Folks have a story written about me and what I have to be all places, all times, and we don't want them to lose sight of the fact that they oftentimes need an enemy to give them purpose and meaning. And if I have to be that, I'm all too willing to play that part. But yeah, that this is more of, you sound desperate and apologetic. No, that's actually not what's happening. I don't believe that I sound desperate or apologetic at all. I think that I'm, if anything, sort of more accepting and reconciled and less in a non-tent mode, right? You guys are aware there are different aspects to a person's beingness, right? I'm not the deepest person in the world by any means, but I'm not exactly the most shallow either. I mean, I have different aspects of me. I think I've shown kind of the different aspects of me and the limited but still varied range of emotion and perspective. I think that I've been pretty consistent and clear about that. I think that I've, I think it's more likely that Ninja's another sock account for other folks who haven't stopped watching, waiting, and hating, and would prefer to project onto me that I'm desperate and apologetic because, I have so much to be desperate about. I mean, I'm lacking in so much. And of course, if I'm lacking in so much as I just accuse others, well, I'd have to change something about me and the way I present in order to get more and have more. And apologetic because I've just done so much wrong, don't you know? I've caused so much loss, injury, and harm, and I have so many unpaid debts. No, that's a projection. I have nothing to be desperate about, and I have nothing to be apologetic about. So try to stay in alignment with who and what I am and what I'm doing rather than projecting onto me what you'd like it to be or not like it to be. The woman seems to be able to figure it out down there. This aspect of me, this countenance, this presentment is more of Paulie on slave at the bar, right? Over dinner. If you were to meet me in life and you were to have an interaction with me, you're most likely 9 out of 10 times going to get this version of me. We'll put it that way. If you want to test me and challenge me and try me and play with me and reject reality and truth, you might get the other aspect of me. Much like nature, sometimes it's bright and the air is sweet and it's clear, and other times it's hot and heavy, and other times it's cloudy and rainy. Such is the beingness, such is life, right? So I have different aspects to me. I have different countenance at different times. I have different aspects of presentment depending on what mode I'm in, what I'm wanting to talk about, how I'm wanting to present, what I'm wanting to achieve. And then you have kind of the more reserved, laid back, centered, if you will, balanced, as they like to say, less in a content, non-tent mode. This is more of the human aspect of Paul Enslaved, if you will. So I think a lot of folks get confused by that the majority of times doing these broadcasts, I'm in an activated mode. I'm wanting to inspire, test, challenge, trigger, or entertain. So that means I'm going to be that much more willing to jump out the window, make extreme statements, call people out, use morbid, dark humor. That's what that thing is, right? The Paul creature, right? The man, the beingness, not as out of the box as you would think necessarily in day-to-day life, right? Actually pretty humble, actually pretty reserved, actually pretty staying to himself, minding his own business, actually pretty simple, actually pretty loving and caring, despite the unpopular belief. At least I want to think that. I mean, I had a conversation with Jennifer today. I said, Jennifer, you would tell me. I know she would. She'd be honest. She doesn't perceive me as an overly angry, abusive, violent person by any means. Quite the opposite, because that's her experience with me. So, if all you have is the experience of me 9 out of 10 days coming on here trying to inspire, entertain, challenge, test, trigger, evoke some kind of emotion, right? Or just rant and rave, you're going to think that that's all that there is. You're going to completely also, too, ignore the times where I kind of step back and I settle in and I kind of get a bit more human, heartfelt, heart-based, and a bit more generalized, sugarcoating, if you will, as it was said earlier. I contend that these are different sort of complementary aspects of self that would be best used together rather than denying one in favor of the other, if that makes sense. Loop. Okay, John Johnson's calling out a loop. Yes, I was aware that I was somewhat looping. At Ninja Chill, De Castro humbled me in the octagon. Right. Well, if you want to call it humbling me, I mean, it would make sense that if I'm having more dis-ease and discomfort and health issues, I'm going to be less in the mode of piping up and being fired up and passionate and calling things out and triggering, right? I'm going to be a bit more humbled, I guess you could say. So yeah, if I am desperate and apologetic, I'm desperate to change myself and my life, pretty much have been for a while, and apologetic because I haven't done and been what I could do and be. I was too busy interacting with a bunch of delusional, in denial, disempowered dunces who want to live in an alternate reality and not meet life on life's terms. That would make sense. Go ahead, Mateo.
All right. I was going on like a mission today. Place claim down. So I went to the magistrate. I went there at like 11. And they told me, and I went right up to the clerks, the court of clerks, and they told me, they're like, no, you can't go here. You gotta go to the court of common pleas, whatever. And it's right next to the county courthouse. So I went over there, and they're like, no, you gotta go to the police station. I went there. I talked to this police administrator because the chief just got fired, and then they have like an acting police chief, so it's all fucked up. But I went to the court of clerks, and they told me I couldn't do it. So I mean, and one of these, this black tone, she fucking flipped the fuck out on me. So I mean, what do I got to do, you think?
Well, I've talked to you for a while here and there. I know your story. I remember I asked you last time what it is that because again, regardless of how frustrated we get with these people, there has to be a valid, actionable thing.
They're trying to cover this shit up. I'm telling you.
Mateo,
they know it's bad.
Mateo, I'm not denying that. My point is, we're not here to change the world, right? We're here to change ourselves and bring resolution.
Yeah, I'm trying to stand up for my fucking self, dude.
Okay. My point is, you can stand up for yourself in various ways in life without bringing lawsuits. So I'm going to ask you, like I asked you last time, what loss, injury, or harm or debt do they owe you that you have experienced that you're going to be suing to get?
All right. I called these fucking cops. This girl got fucking high on meth, and then she kept fucking hitting me in the fucking head. I had a concussion. I have a severe traumatic brain injury.
Why were you with a woman who was on meth?
Because she would say it in my house, but I don't know.
Why are you don't get loud, because I'm not going to entertain this if you're going to get loud.
Keep me.
Just stay centered and balanced, and just answer the questions based on the facts. There's no judgment on you other than us looking at what needs to change in life to have a better life. So we have to take some accountability and responsibility, right? If we're going to stand up as men, the biggest part of standing up as men is accountability, responsibility. So let's be clear. You, Mateo, a grown man with discernment and an ability to know yourself and other people, let a woman on methamphetamine stay with you. Do you see where
she wasn't on it? She was all right. She wasn't on it. I kept her on it, and then she came back all fucked up because everyone's a fucking drug addict around me. And
are you a drug addict?
No, I've never done. Weed isn't a drug. I've never done any drug. I can't. When I was 19, I had a traumatic brain injury, dude.
No, I know that. I listen to people when they come on here, and I know you, and I know your story. I don't know you, like live with you, but you're not a person easily forgotten like myself. So, what I'm getting at here is you have a pattern of choice making and behaviors that are causing you problems in your life. And we have to address that first and foremost before we go to the outer external variables, being the cops, the courts, and everyone else. So do you know what? Let's play a game. Guess who didn't have a meth head woman who stays with them and gave him a concussion? Can you guess who?
Not me.
Well, it's me. I'm saying it's me. I'm the guy who, over the past 5 years, don't let barely anyone stay with me. And if you are going to stay with me, you got to be competent and capable. You got to have good sense and good reason, and you got to be communicative. And if not, we go to our neutral corners because I can't do it. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
So
I know what you're saying, but still, there was wrongdoing done.
Okay, so let's circle back because I want to just first we'd have to do accountability, responsibility,
This
so that
is
it's
like
not
some fucking. Let's circle back.
right. So first
Some
and foremost,
psychology
you
shit.
and me and others create all of most of our problems in life, whether we want to admit that or not, directly or indirectly.
I understand. I initiate the whole issue.
Yeah, because if you're standing up for yourself and you have like self-esteem and
it has nothing.
If you stand up for yourself and you have self-esteem and self-worth, you don't let low-life scum in your house and around you. You have a standard for who you deal with.
But she wasn't at the time, and then when she became
right when it happens, then she's
environment.
got to go. And if that means you got to take yourself out of the situation for a time being, again, I don't want to make a judgment. I wasn't there.
No, I was trying to.
Trying's usually what happens when you fail to do.
Well, I ended up having to call the cops because I wasn't going to beat this bitch up.
Okay, I can accept that to some degree.
No. She had an ex-boyfriend that had to do 6 months for beating the shit out of her. So I don't want to fucking do that. I'm way bigger than this girl. So
okay. Well, I would hope so. Yeah, so I'm going to ask Ninja because we're already like 2 or 3 comments in. I didn't ask for your advice or for you to tell me how to be a better version of me. When that day comes, I'll let you know, okay? So please don't tell me how or to be nice. Please don't equate goodness or greatness with niceness. We've been through all this before. This is probably another Pizer or whoever else. I don't need it. Like I probably Ninja, be honest with me. You don't have to tell me who you are. Are you someone else who I ban another account? Let's be all the way. You want to talk about goodness and greatness? Let's start with realness. Let's start with realness, authenticity, and accountability. And then let's work outward and we can fill out the niceness later. Be honest with me. If you're capable, if you're willing because you got the balls and you're capable because you're not delusional. Are you somebody on an alternate account that I banned on another name? Just curious. 1 second, Mateo. I have to indulge my curiosity. Yes. Okay. So I'm right again. This happens often. I know you guys by your energy and your vibe. I literally am so in tune with this audience that I know you guys when you're not even on the name and I can't see you. I may as well be God to some of you folks. I'm like, I don't see you. You could be anyone, but just judging off of the 2 comments you've made, it was clear to me that you're one of a few people. So why are you still doing the same behavior that I asked you to take out of my life? Why? Because you're passive aggressive, you're not a good or a great person, and you're not nice. That's not a nice quality. That's not a quality of good and great people. When I ask you to stop and you don't stop, and I remove you from my life and you keep coming back to suck off me or project onto me, and you'll always tell the story that it's because you see so much good in me and you love me so much and you want me to change and be better. But then when I'm changing and being better, you don't stop projecting onto me and being passive aggressive. So did you really want me to be nice and be good here today? Or did you want to get a fucking reaction out of me? Because you got it now. You got what you wanted, and you guys are all gonna pretend it's not really what you want. You're not nice people. You're not good and great people. You're passive aggressive. You project constantly. You don't respect other people's wants or deeds or wishes. And you don't leave people alone when they ask you to. You're the opposite of everything you're trying to tell me to be. Okay? So I don't give a fuck if you miss me or not. This is another point. You're needy and codependent. I don't miss your bitch ass. Imagine you missing a motherfucker that not only doesn't miss you, doesn't want you around. This is what you're now getting you guys everyone who's like this calls these aspects of me out and then points at it and makes a judgment. I don't miss you. I don't like you. I don't respect you. And I don't want you around me. And no matter how much I communicate that and do my best to stop it, you continue to come into my life, project onto me, and try to make me into your own image when I guarantee you're a loser, pathetic failure. You got the 3 words you wanted pretty much everywhere in your fucking life. So I'm now going to ask you, whoever you are, as if I couldn't guess, you're on a 3rd or 5th alternate account. You're not getting what you want, but you are because you got the reaction out of me you wanted while claiming you just wanted me to be good and great and nice. Did I not start off this broadcast being good and great and nice? Did you have to point out how I need to be good, great, and nice while I was doing that? So you could try desperately after 3 to 5 comments to get a reaction out of me? So you could then point it and say how bad and mean I am? Are we done? Are you done? I have a list of bitches and hoes in my life who will miss me till they don't miss me, project onto me till they can't accept me, and play games with me constantly when I didn't ask for it and don't need it. So I don't need another one. Stay in your fucking lane. Mind your own life and your own business. If I want your perspective, I'll ask. If I haven't asked, it means I'm going to take offense when you desperately, as you put it before, desperate and apologetic, that's you. You're desperate for my time, energy, and attention in a relationship with me, and you're apologetic but won't cop to it because you keep coming back around and trying to appeal to my emotions. Why don't you just say you're sorry for being a passive-aggressive, wannabe, nice, kind, polite, fake-ass bitch who my skin crawls being around you? And if you want to weigh back in with me, just be real and honest and authentic or shut the fuck up and mind your business. That's the way in with me. That's the way back with me. That's the way in with me. Anything other than that is going to get me to take offense with you. And you know it by now. If you don't know it by now, you're a horribly dense and delusional in denial person who can't read yourself or the room or other people. It means you probably have horrible relationships in your life and you're probably alone most of the time because you can't figure out what to do, when, why, and how for yourself or other people. Another reason I don't want you in my life. So I think we did enough here covering you because this is all you did it for. You wanted to be the topic of conversation. You wanted to be the center of attention. You wanted to be passive aggressive to get the reaction, and you got it. Can we move on now? Are you done telling me to do and be what I was already doing and being so you could hope I would react? Thank you. More fucking power games. You guys do it constantly. And we're all over it. I'm over it. The audience is over it. And we see you a mile away, by the way. Okay? And it's not see, you can go home later today or wherever you are, you can go back to your life and pretend it was a coincidence. It's not. I know you who you are by your energy and the way you present. And it's not helping you or me. So change it or go away. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You feel better now. Right. But I don't. Because you got me. I chose. You didn't get me. I chose to be reactive and animated when I already set an intention. And that's why you did it too, because you don't want me to heal. You don't want me to get better and be better. You don't want me to be less angry, because then you'd have nothing to project onto and talk about, right? You'd have nothing to claim to be the victim of.
That's so fun.
Go ahead, Mateo. Where were we?
Dude, I don't even remember.
Right, you don't even remember because it's the same story across the board. Everyone's looking for something outside of themselves to either fulfill them and make them or to play the victim of, to give them some kind of meaning, purpose, and value and journey. And it's just not necessary, oddly enough.
That I think that's. I don't think you will completely comprehend.
I probably don't.
So I think it's very prudent of you to cast judgment.
I think you mean imprudent.
Wait, say again?
Go ahead, just continue. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Well, I don't have anything to say. I came to ask you to. I did what I did, and I was completely given the runaround. That's what I've been getting for the last 6 months. It's really starting to piss me off. I'm trying to talk to these judges.
Okay, so you're gonna have to. There's really okay. I can. Do you see my email up there? Can you send me an email?
Why can't you just tell me right now?
Because I have a feeling I can, but I have a feeling that me telling you audibly is not going to be as beneficial as me giving you something in written form that you can look over and study and potentially amend and create your own claim and then enter that at the court, and then we can go from there. I just have a very strong feeling that you don't, and I'm not being offensive to you. I'm calling it as I see it based on what I think they're seeing. You don't know what you need to know, and you're not presenting in a way that commands respect and makes them think they got to listen to you. So if I give you potentially,
yes. I heed those warnings. My presentation.
And I appreciate that. That's where the change is going to start, by you being really real with yourself and others, and checking that animated aspect of yourself. And the same with myself, right? So there's a time and a place for it if you can control it. If you can't, then there's no time and place.
I controlled it today. I had this black John flipped out at me and called me ignorant.
Well, were you acting beyond? Were you really honest with
No,
yourself?
I didn't do anything. She's like, I remember she tried to make me. I was there last time, like a week ago. She tried to make me sit, and then I didn't, of course. And then she said it again. I didn't, of course.
What did she say?
And she got a cop. She told me to sit down. I was like, what are you talking about? It was some desk lady. Like, get the fuck out of here. Behind
Why was she telling you to sit down?
What's up?
Why was she telling you to sit down? Was she busy with other stuff at the time?
No, the other cop came by and he's like, yeah, they're just feeling uncomfortable because I'm standing. And like,
yeah, but you got a history with them now too. Let's be real about it.
What's my history? Like, getting mad
I don't
at
know.
them because they're acting like a bunch of fucking derelicts.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. You've told me, I believe, in the past, you've gotten loud with these people. And
of course I do. Because they constantly fucking give me the runaround.
Right. And you're the guy
that's at the police department. They fucking no, but this was at the magistrate joint. It's like, honestly, like 25 women. It's crazy. And they got that woman attitude. Oh my God, the energy is so fucking thick.
Right, but you have to see it from the other side. They're saying that this guy Mateo has that man attitude. You get the game here? You see the game?
Yeah, I mean, get the fuck
because I get what you're talking about. They have the passive aggressive bitch ass power gaming, the same thing that we deal with on these panels, and they're all going to use the same cop out back that Paulie's got toxic masculine energy. So we got to meet in the middle at some point with the facts, right? And proper process and procedure. We got to achieve a meeting of the minds, or
I know what you got to give some to get some.
To a degree, yeah, depending on what you want to achieve, right?
Yeah, I just have to keep reminding myself because they fucking get me worked up, dude.
I get that.
This black joint, dude, she wanted to get ghetto with me. I wasn't having
that. Mateo, there's a difference, right? You've seen me many times on here yell and scream, curse, call people bitches, call them out for what they're doing, regardless of how I do it. Do you think that they see any of that at me when I go to court? And that's the difference. It's set and setting and venue and purpose. I don't need anything from these people. I don't want anything with them. They have, as your boy says, they have nothing to offer me other than passive-aggressive power games and heartache and projections and try to use me. When I go to court, though, you're never going to see those aspects of me. You're going to see me calm, somewhat polite, straightforward, steadfast, equitable, fair and generous, but unwavering when it comes to the facts and what it is that I need to get done.
Yeah, that's like, I keep going back. I'm unwavering, and it's making them mad.
Yeah, because you're unwavering from a position of I'm going to get what I want, and I'm not even going to listen to anybody or change the way I'm approaching the situation. Right? There's a difference between being unwavering and ignoring hard-headed. Hard-headed.
I mean, but not really. Like, if they were to be cordial first thing and correct in their duty, like
I get that.
Like,
I get that. That a lot of times
they're lying. I've noticed that the places they all lie, and they expect you to like believe them, and then when you don't believe them, you tell them they're lying to you.
Right, but that's where you have to start to open up a little bit and create relationships. You know what I'll do in those scenarios? I will tell them audibly, and they already know that, but I will tell them audibly, please forgive me if I act in a way where I seem untrusting to you, but I have a lot of experiences where I've been lied to and misled, and people have tried to play me as a fool.
I said, you've all been lying to me. Like, they all know. Like, I've told them. I told them, but there's this Indian John. She's really nice, but she fucking every time I say something, she looks back at everyone else. And then this big white John, she's a lot. I don't see.
Yeah, because they really can't give you legal advice. And even if you did everything right, they'd probably still try to keep you from accessing the court.
Yeah,
so I'm not denying the fact that
going in circles.
Yeah, I'm not denying the fact that more than likely most of these courts, I've experienced it myself, there's a level of the way they do things and they don't want it to change. And it's part of what gives them a power differential for whatever they work for, right? So I'm not denying that. But again, what are the odds you're going to go in there with any kind of attitude or animated stance or paperwork that's not correct and get anything you want done? It's slim to none. Right? So I'm not telling you to compromise your beliefs and your principles. I'm telling you there's probably more to the story here that you're not picking up on. Something that you need to change about what you're doing.
I know what it is. I know a lot of it is my attitude. I understand that. But I start out really good and cordial. I'm telling you.
I don't deny that. I don't deny that. Today's broadcast was an example of that dynamic with me and that person in chat. Doesn't matter how polite, nice, kind, sugar-coated, and cordial I start out, they will try to get the beast up out of me. So that may be part of your test and challenge, is knowing
that's we zeroed in on it.
They want to invalidate you, right? The same thing they want to do at me. They want to play a power game where they invalidate Paulie Boy, and they make it so that he has nothing to show or offer. He's invalidated. Well, the quickest way to do that is try to get my dander up and get me to call something out in a way that makes me look like I'm not a nice person.
I understand. We example just was seen.
Right. And you probably grew up in an area, I know you did, Philadelphia, I believe, just like New York, where nice, kind, and polite wasn't as important as being honorable and real. You know, nice, kind, and polite came after making sure everybody's honorable, straightforward, and real. Because nobody wants to be a sucker, right?
I didn't grow up in Philadelphia, and everyone's fake. Or I grew up in. Everyone lies. We live in a society filled with lies. Everyone.
Well, not everybody, because I'm not lying, and neither are you.
But I mean, you deal with
I get that. The majority of folks are not actively, willfully honest,
They're
or
not
they're not
honest.
doing what they are to be honest, even if they wanted to be. And I may be one of them. So that's part of the human condition to some degree, is levels of conscious and awareness. Even if they were willing to be truthful and honest and authentic, they may not be able to, because they're not completely in touch with who and what they are and what they're a part of.
All right. I talked to, if I was going to put in a claim, like I talked to what was she? She was the police administrator. And, she's not even a civilian. So I think going up to her, she was the highest ranking person at the police department. You know that.
Right, but at that point, if you're trying to do the whole complaint avenue,
no, I want to fucking put a claim in. That's why I went there today. I told that joint.
Right, they're not going to take any claims at the police station. You're going to have to.
Yeah, I was up at the courthouse too. Where the fuck at the courthouse?
Right. So
I went up to all those windows.
Again, I want to try to get you to see this dynamic of man and woman in their natural realm do not have anyone to call on to solve their problems. So when you get yourself into problems and you want to claim to be a man, and then you want to call cops to fix them, and they don't do what you think should be done or what you want to be done, now you want to go 2 and 3 levels in, complaining or putting in a claim that they didn't help you change your life the way you should have, however you could have done that. It's like, this is part of what creates this
Yo. Like, I don't give a fuck if you keep bringing that up. Dereliction of duty, what they did, like,
they don't have a duty. Again, you're riding the line of the opposite of what I say. They don't have a duty and obligation to keep you safe. They have a duty and obligation.
They have a duty to uphold the law. If I did
to
anybody,
a duty and obligation to uphold your rights. That is the law of the land. What
all
right?
All right. Say I was with you. Say I was with you. You were bloody and bruised, and you called the cops on me.
I wouldn't call the cops on you.
And they don't do anything.
I wouldn't call the cops on you. That's my point.
Like,
I've been in a myriad of situations. Hello?
I can't do anything to this female. I can't fucking hit her, dude.
Why not?
Dude, dude, she already got.
Say what you were just going to say, because I know what you were going to say.
What's I going to say?
You're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Hello? Don't bring women into your house and your life who are going to cause trouble for you. If they start attacking you, I guess you're going to court.
Yeah.
Do you think if a woman attacked me and I couldn't get away, that I'm above punching that bitch in the face? No, I ain't. And I'll go into any corner of the land and say, that bitch right there, excuse my language, was hitting me over the head with a candlestick and I couldn't get the fuck away from her. So I had to restrain her. If I didn't punch her in the face, I had to restrain the goofy broad. And that's well within my domestic authority. I was within my domicile. I allowed this piece of garbage in here. She didn't have a problem when we started. She developed one, and she had the nerve to try to put her fucking hands on me. And I ain't no big, bad, tough guy. There's women out there who might be able to put it on any one of us, especially if they got a weapon. You think I'm above pulling a gun or a knife on a bitch and telling her, if you keep hitting me, it's going to be your last day on earth. I don't care who and what you are. Anybody's capable of doing harm to somebody else. Now, luckily, I've never quite had to be in that position. A couple times women have gotten in my face, and I told them, say whatever you want, do whatever you want, stay out of my personal space. Usually 2 or 3 times is enough to let a woman know you mean business and to not continue. After 2 or 3 times, I'm going to run the fuck out of there. If I have to run and look like the biggest pussy in the world, I'm running. And if I can't get away, well, then you know what time it is. That's the reality of it, bro. I'd love to tell you a reality other than that, than the one I live in with you that exists. But that's the one I'm experiencing. I don't know any other world. I don't know a world where I can pick up a phone and call somebody to solve my problem. It's not my nature. It's not my world. You know, I come from a world of you handle business and you talk about it later. If we got to go to court and I got to explain, first of all, I don't have to do anything except stay white and die, as they used to say on the East Coast. Not even taxes, as the supposed founding father said. The only two things certain in life is death and taxes. I ain't even going to give you that. And
wait. That came from the founding fathers. Death and taxes. That's from.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin, I think, famously said there's two things in life that are certain: death and taxes.
I know. I've heard that my whole life.
Right. So the reality of it is, right? Everything's a choice. If you want to live in a free life, that means you're taking risks constantly. What does that mean? It means every person, place, or thing I interact with, I have to do a risk assessment on. Is this going to cause me harm? Is this going to cause me problems? If it does, how am I going to deal with it?
All right.
If I can't deal with it, how am I going to get away?
So, all right. I'm trying to find remedy, dude.
The remedy is the bitch is gone, and you got to deal with the problems you created.
Yeah, but
there may not be any remedy.
I'm definitely getting some from the dude.
Why are you not trying to sue her? Although she's probably has nothing to give you other than some couch somewhere from Rent-A-Center. You're trying to go after cops who responded because you didn't manage your life and affairs properly, the best that you could. It's not their problem. It's her problem. She's the one who put hands on you. She's the one who did harm to you. Now, I won't argue that potentially, according to what they say, I'm not going to subscribe to this, but according to their bullshit, they say, well, we're here to keep you safe, Mateo, and we got all these first responders. Okay. If they didn't do that, then your only resort really is going to be putting in a complaint, because that's the world you enter into. When you call them and you ask them to handle your domestic affairs, you're basically entering their world. And in their world...
So you're saying put in a complaint?
I'm saying if you believe they didn't do their duty properly and that they didn't offer you the proper services that they're supposed to be representing, then yeah, that's pretty much their world. Once you enter their world of benefits and privileges, claims don't exist in their world. Unless you know, again, it's your situation's kind of tricky because you're always walking in two worlds, right? The public and the private. And you're claiming you want to be a man and be in a private world and have rights and freedom. And then when shit all goes wrong because you let a bitch up in there who went crazy, now you go, well, hey, why didn't you guys protect me from this broad who I
No.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
So now it like goes to, in my mind, right? And again, maybe there's someone else out there who knows more. I don't claim to be an expert, but in my world, in my experience now, the problem I have is with her. She caused me loss, injury, or harm. And whatever bills were generated from that, whatever time I lost, whatever quote unquote pain and suffering, the words they're going to use, she caused that.
Yep.
Right? And then the after effect is these cops showed up and they didn't stop her or intervene and then put me in a position where I either had to kill this broad or potentially be harmed. So they're derelict in their duty to some degree. If you want to put in a complaint to their superiors or go to internal affairs, you know,
that's who I went to today. That's why I tried to go today, and she's not even.
You're going to have to contact internal affairs if that's what you're looking to do.
That's what I tried to today.
I understand that, but you know as well as I do that to some degree they may not want you to do that. So you're going to have to try to get somebody on the phone. Did you try to look up a number directly to internal affairs?
No.
Well, that's where you need to start because they're probably going to be. And again, I'm not claiming this is going to necessarily make a change. You do what you can do, and then you surrender the rest. If you're looking to inform the organization that their agents are derelict in their duties, you gotta go to the proper channel in the sense of the head police officer is not going to give you the information typically. I mean, they're supposed to probably.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
They don't want you making complaints on them or putting them on record. So you're going to have to look up internal affairs and hopefully, if and this is, again, hope in one hand, shit in the other, see which fills up first, as they used to say. Hopefully, if they're any kind of legitimate and don't want their organization to be completely corrupt, they're going to reach out to their people and say, why'd you do this? Why didn't you do that?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I would start there.
Yeah, see, this is the fucking crate. Whenever you look up, I've been doing this. You look up, they give you the same fucking number, and you got the same broads that were lying to me.
Okay, so like I said, if it comes down to this, then we're going to, I don't want to do anything for you, but sometimes. Go ahead.
I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm
not saying that you are. I'm saying that my inclination is to, quote unquote, help you and others. But there's a fine line between advocating for with you and just doing it for you. So I want to try to find the line where you can learn more and do and be and get and have better. And also I'm not neglecting you in the sense of if I can help, then I will. Right.
I'm just,
so I mean, if I have to make a call here, we'll make it into content. I'll call while I'm on the broadcast and I'll see what they say. And then I'll give them my rap if it comes down to it. I'll say, you're supposed to do this and not do that. Well, then why are you playing games with me?
Yeah, these fucking bitches. And they just put you in circles. Dude, it's like I end up talking to the fucking captain 3 times the same phone call.
Right.
Like,
what are you actually looking to get out of this? Because I've asked you that before, and we need to find a clear goal, because it's easy to say, I want to stand up. I'm
going after those motherfucking cops, their insurance money. That's like.
Yeah, so you want money?
Yeah, they're motherfuckers. They dishonored me.
Well, get a job. Start a broadcast. Shill some love and light, like your boy Slackcott over there. Maybe
I want those motherfuckers fired, to be honest. Like, I want to take the fucking oath.
Okay, so let's establish this, because I'm glad that one thing is for sure with you is, and I respect you for it, I have to pull teeth with the majority of folks to get them to just admit what I already know on some level. You're straightforward.
No, I know. I'll tell you, I want a fucking settlement, but right. No, these fuckers did me dirty.
I get that, but the point is, you're not actually in this for remedy and resolution. You're in this.
Yeah, I want those motherfuckers fired. Those little fucking homos. Oh my god.
Right, but you don't have control over that, and when you fixate over what you don't have control over, you cause yourself more suffering and anguish.
All right. Yeah.
So again, this
that's why I said I wanted them. I told the lady I want those motherfuckers fired.
My point is, there's a fine line between being unwavering and oriented toward justice versus just being vengeful. And I never advocate for folks to be vengeful.
No. Because they're going to fucking resign and they're going to go somewhere else, become a fucking cop, and they do the same thing.
Right.
They sit back and do nothing.
Right. So again, we're still back in the same scenario, right? So now, like, we're back in the apartment. I'm across the room from you, and I go, hey, bro, we could get all these cops fired. We could get whatever. It's not going to change that you're still going to be Mateo, living the life that you live, or a different version of him.
I'm out of here in a year. I'm living here one more year. I'm out.
Well, so that's my point. Wouldn't your time, energy, and attention be better served figuring out how to make your life and your character better on all levels than trying to chase these clowns down to hold other clowns accountable?
I'm fucking pissed about it. I'm so unnerved about it. And it's like in my head, dude.
Right, but that's part of my point, is that you're living.
You want to do the same fucking thing.
No, I don't. It's not the same thing. You're making false equivalencies.
I'm saying you would.
No, I wouldn't.
I'm not saying it is.
I'm telling you I wouldn't, because I've called the cops one time on other cops. And that was like a mistake because
Why?
they don't care. They're like, oh, you're calling the cops on a cop who's there right now? Well, he's the responder. He'll handle it. And I go, no, you don't understand. He's following me around town, threatening me and trying to pull me behind buildings to beat me. I don't think that that's a first responder. I think that's a mafiosi criminal. But ultimately, when I went to internal affairs, guess what they told me? This guy's got 200 and something complaints on him. So did it really matter, the 225th complaint about a guy who can pretty much do whatever he wants? The point is, I wasn't calling cops because some woman did something to me.
I understand that. I completely
knowing what I know realization. Knowing what I know now, and the change of sort of, I've always kind of been like this, so not really a change, but just with more knowledge and experience, I don't need to call the cops on anyone, because if you do loss, injury, and harm to me or interfere with my rights, I'm just going to sue you. And then we can decide at court how this is going to be remedied and resolved, whether you're going to pay me every time you interfere with my rights or you're going to change your fucking behavior. So if that's what you want to do, we're back to square one. Like I said, I can send you a claim.
How are they going to change their behavior?
Because if they have to pay me, if there's an old saying, predators only understand predator language.
So exactly. So I want to do that same fucking thing to those cops.
Right.
They will keep
want
doing
power
it.
And value, but you got to have it based in truth, not in some.
What am I fucking lying?
No, I don't mean that. I'm saying that the power and the value can't come from screaming and yelling and telling them what you want. It has to come from you knowing enough and having enough experience to where when you talk, they better listen, or something's going to happen after. And I don't mean that in a violent way. I mean that, I'll give you the example. 5 months ago, the cops laughed and giggled at me when they arrested me and Jennifer, took the dogs in the car and everything else, stuck us with a bill. I said, you can laugh all day now, but at some point you're going to see me at court again. And they said, oh yeah. It didn't get real to them till the paperwork showed up. So I have power and value in their mind and their world now, not in my mind and world, in their mind and world. Because if they touch Paulie Boy, they're going to have to answer to it at court and pay me. That's going to stop from happening in the future. They didn't do
that can do paperwork.
Didn't keep you safe.
What did you say again?
They didn't do any loss, injury, and harm to you. They did. You're claiming they didn't keep you safe enough.
No, I'm saying they need to take a drug addict out because she's a.
No, you need to not let a drug addict in.
All right, dude. All right. I understand. I understand your.
I'm not trying to be mean to you or whatever else.
I know what the fuck you're saying, dude.
I know you know what I'm saying. If I didn't think that you were intelligent and aware and honest, I wouldn't even deal with you. This is just going to have to come down to a change you're going to have to make in the way you're perceiving these things and feeling about them. It's probably what you need in the rest of your life anyway. You start to see yourself and life and these people in a different way. You start to live in a different way, and you start to generate different results. Then the next story you tell me is, not only am I not dealing with tweakers who are beating me over the head with lampposts, I actually got a decent woman around me. We're actually working on something together. We actually have a pretty decent life going.
Oh.
You see where I'm going with this? There's a deeper issue and problem that I believe you're having here with the way you're seeing yourself and others in life and what you're allowing yourself to have access to and experience versus what you're cutting off and moving in a different direction on. And I believe that when you get in alignment with that, you're going to start to see different results on all levels.
Right, yeah. I know what you're saying. But I'm going to email you.
You can email me. I'll give you the same document I gave everyone else who emailed me. I amended it at some point because I originally put on their plaintiff and defendant, and that's their words. So at some point after filing that paperwork, I amended that claim to say claimant and respondent. You can also use claimant and wrongdoer, because we want to try to keep it out of their words in terms of art and jurisdiction. May also be the fact that for a lot of these court clerks, they may not take your paperwork unless you formulate it the way they're used to, because they want to maintain a monopoly on the proceedings. So if that's the case, I just put in the claim the way that they'll accept it, and I amend it at some point. And I say, well, 2 days ago, I had a belief that there was a plaintiff and a defendant in this case. I don't know what any of that is. I don't even know why I use those terms. I must have seeped into my brain with all the mind control. Well, let's go claimant, respondent. And I just amend the claim. It's already on record now. They can't strike it from the record. And I'm going to now move the case back into a jurisdiction that I'm going to retain and control. So should it have to be that way? No. Is it oftentimes seemingly that way? Yes. Am I smarter than them? Seemingly so. Or just willing to do what makes sense? Quite frankly, it seems that this time I got a completely different result no matter what would have happened. Seemed that we could have given them any paperwork, they would have filed it. But so yeah, man, email me. I'll give you the document I got. It's a good starting point. If you want to get something filed, but again, I could give you $1 billion today, and I got a feeling that you're going to have a different problem yesterday and tomorrow with who you are and how you're living and what's going on around you. And I don't think the $1 billion is going to solve it.
Well, I'm not saying it would, but I'm not saying it wouldn't.
It may solve some other problems you're facing, but so would changing yourself from the inside out. I got a feeling. I can't prove it. I'm just telling you what I know about me.
The
more we start to orient ourselves toward true care and service and being the best version of ourselves, the more different ideas pop into our head and heart about what we're going to do and be. When we're worried about vengeance and greed and wanting more money and all the rest of it, we tend to act out in a way, whether we're aware of it or not, that generates us worse results in life. It's very subtle and nuanced. So, as much as folks may not want to see it or admit it, myself as well for the longest time, a slight change in one's thoughts, emotions, and action can generate a huge result in a wave effect all the way down the line, right?
All right. So
you change who and what you are on different levels. I think you're going to find more money coming into your life. I think you're going to find more opportunities with good people. I think you're going to find more women who are not going to be tweaking and hitting you over the head with lampposts.
No, it's not. Dude, the chick was cooking and cleaning for me. That's it. Free of charge. Wait,
so where do you want to go from here? Other than you emailing me and me getting you
I gotta email you.
Okay.
I gotta make a new email. My shit is all filled up and I can't even get in my email. I don't want to fucking pay it.
All right, well, use this opportunity and name the email something that inspires you to make a change in a way that you would want to see yourself. Like my email, you see how it says consciousness is rising, despite how unconscious or uncaring I've been with certain aspects of my body and other places in life. I use that as a mantra, right? So every time I look at it, every time someone emails me, we're accessing the idea that consciousness is rising, for better or for worse. So, create an email and start to incorporate some kind of mantra to where when you look at it and experience it, it calls the best out of you, right?
I mean, dude, I don't know about that. I'll do something I'll be able to remember.
Well, do that too then. We'd be more practical. If you don't want to be, sort of enlightening or co-creative from the conscious perspective, then go practical. No more candlesticks. How about that? That's your new email. No more tweakers. You can remember that.
Yeah.
You probably have to do like 83 whenever you. No more tweakers. 1983. It's probably already taken.
Have
Yeah, you can go live without fear. 1983 as your new email.
Yeah.
And then proceed to live your whole life in a space of paralysis and fear, just to kind of, you know, make complete nonsense out of the brand and the name.
All right. I'm going to email you what? consciousness.is.rising at gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll hit you up.
All right. I appreciate you, Mateo.
All right. Thanks, Calvin. Later.
Yeah. All right. I don't want to say necessarily we got some resolution, but it seems that Mateo's got some level of reconciliation with whatever's going on, and he's willing to move forward maybe in a different way. And or just accept, right? Accepting doesn't necessarily mean tolerate, but accept that things are what they are. They went the way they went. Ultimately, they didn't do any wrong to you. If they cause loss, injury, and harm, I'd be way more inspired to, you know, bring some kind of justice. But it's like in my world and what I talk about here, we're either public or private. You know, we can access the public, but if I'm in the private and something goes wrong, I have to take accountability and responsibility for that. And then if the man or woman who I'm with does loss, injury, or harm to me, well, then my issue is with them. I'm not necessarily going to have that much of an issue with agents who show up to protect me from myself, what I'm doing and not doing. And again, sometimes in life, there are no answers. Sometimes in life, you go, hey, I let this woman in. She was fine when I let her in. Lo and behold, over time, she developed a drug habit. She went out of her mind, and I got hit with something and got in. Hey, that's the price of doing business. Sometimes in life, you don't get any answers beyond whatever's shown and experienced. You don't get any compensation. You know, sometimes in life, everything goes wrong and you lose money. And there's nobody to go to or to petition other than God, right? Hey, God, you know, faithfully, if I just do the next right thing and I pick up the pieces and I move forward with some kind of a grace and a surrender and faith, and I work in trust and equity, and I'm honorable and I have good faith, then I'll get more of whatever I thought that I lost. You know, this is what gives way to this idea of trust, equity, and faith, is the idea that oftentimes in life, there are no answers or immediate remedies or resolutions. Sometimes you got to take the loss and just keep it moving and do better, be better, and have better the next time, and make sure that you do the proper risk assessment when you let people, places, and things into your life. That's part of a growing and learning, developing, maturing man who's responsible and accountable. Oftentimes, you don't have anyone or anything to count on other than yourself, what you know, your experience, and your faith in God and doing the next right thing. Nothing else is really promised. And if you want to live in a world where it's promised, guess what you're promoting indirectly? Fascism and statism. Oh, we got so many people out here who don't want to be competent and capable, don't want to be accountable and responsible, want to just interact with all these people, places, and things. And then when it goes wrong, which is almost predictable every time, we're going to have a complaint that somebody else didn't stop it from happening or save us from it, or, you know, give us a nice big present with a bow on it. It's not reality, right? What that is entitlement. You know, in a free world or a free land, you're not entitled to anything other than what you experience and what you can create. And if that doesn't go right for you, you better pick a different experience or co-creation and do better and be better and have better next time. Sorry, I'd love to create a world for you where all risks can be mitigated and all injuries or loss or interference can be compensated. But that's not the real world, you know? And if you want to be completely going to the next level, what makes a real man oftentimes is not the absence of loss and failing. Oh, listen to this, guys. For all the folks who act like I'm a one-trick pony, it's not the fact that you're a loser and a failure. It's how you pick up and move forward from that. Hello. That's what oftentimes defines us in life. It's not getting knocked down. It's how the fuck you get back up and keep it moving and do and be and have better. So that's kind of the energy and the experience that I've tried to inculcate and align with and express from. And I've tried to see the potential in anyone else that I interact with to activate that experience as much as they're capable and able to, barring some age or disability or disease, which I guess disease would be a disability. So if you're able to, then you should. And if you should, then you will. And where there's a will, there's a way. And God helps those who help themselves. But complaining, being a victim, blaming other people, being entitled for other people to fix what you've created directly or indirectly sounds very Slack-Cottian. And I don't want to believe that Mateo and other men on here want to act like Mr. Slack-Cod, who they know what the obvious outcome is every time. Losing and failing and having an excuse why someone else did it or didn't do something for them and with them. When the reality was right there all along, right? If we'd focus on what's true and the facts and the record and the history, and we prioritize what matters, and we put our time, energy, attention in and do the next right thing, usually something better is going to show up in our life. We're going to do and be and have better. If we're not having that experience, there's a good chance you're off somewhere with that blueprint. It would seem to me. I can't talk about anything I don't know about or haven't experienced. And anything that I claim to know about is based on my experience. It may just be my own trip or my own deception. That's the proviso. Vaughn, what can I do for you, sir?
Hey, Paulie, what's up, man?
Oh, we're here, man. Another day. I'm somehow going over. I wanted to do 2 hours. I wanted to get some Carl Lentz, but things come up. I'm not regretful of it. I think we had a decent interaction. But what can I do for you specifically? Are you under a different name? Are you somebody else who I met, or is this always your same name?
No, this is Vaughn in the chat. I've been listening for a while. You dropped some wisdom. I'd like to give a big shout out to Jeeps. Thanks, Jeeps.
Be more specific.
Jeeps got me here.
Oh, what did she basically tell you to stop being a bitch while she was being a bitch? Yeah, she does that.
Well, pretty much,
She's the same broad who hasn't gotten up on here once in 3 years, but is here every day, right? Don't let her fucking play that game with you.
No, I was too stupid to click the link, and she provided, extra special help for my retardism. So I appreciate that.
All right, so she's helping the disabled, the special needs folks. That's honorable. I may have to change my stance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, well, what can we go over, man? Because I'm sure you didn't come up here to just tell me how pretty and nice I am. They rarely do.
Oh, no, that's what I'm here for, man. I mean...
Oh, okay. What are you doing later? So that's really it? You're not, like, this is a bit, right? You're not actually just up here to be nice to me? Like, there's nothing you want to talk about? There's nothing going on with you? There's nothing legal awful? We're hanging out? I mean, you can hang for however long I'm going to be left here. Are you there? All right. Oh, man. All right. Well, Vaughn, I don't know what happened if you broke up or your connection went, but yeah, maybe he's getting ready for our date. I was kidding. I mean, you never know what anybody's going through. So if I have to go on a date with you to like get you in better spirits, I'm willing to do that. But please understand, I'm most likely not interested long term. It's probably not going to go anywhere.
Can you hear me, Paul?
There you go.
Okay. Well, like I was saying before I broke up, apparently. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, Aaron wants me to sing the Life is Good song. I'm in a pretty decent mood today, so I'm willing to oblige him. Normally, I wouldn't ask for a fee. I do everything because I believe it's what the audience wants or is somewhat entertaining and interesting. But I probably should. I should start charging more from these people. I should start getting into the American way. For 1995, for limited time,
really,
1995,
really,
I will cover the Life is Good song right here, right now.
Come on, bro.
All right, I'll give it to him. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I really kind of sold it there, too.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there you go. See, I said I sing the "Life Is Good" song, and you vomited and said horse shit. Well, there you go. And I said it with pancreatitis, so you're kind of right. Like I should have amended the song.
Paul,
life is good. I'm not feeling too good, but good things are gonna happen with me. I have faith. If I do the next right thing and stop being a fat pig. Was that in key?
Paul, I way less than you. Oh my God, Ozipic brother.
Right. No, Aaron doesn't have to send me anything. Aaron's contributed in the past. Aaron's doing fellowship here. Aaron's come off the alcohol because we've worked with him or for him and others here. And we're all having the same experience, right? Addiction, bondage, vice, slavery, genocide, you know?
Something like that.
Not obligated. I already appreciate him, and I am blessed to have him and others overlook my shortcomings and contribute and support to what they see value in. So I won't ask for anything more. If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't have.
So, Paul, can I talk?
I mean, I guess I asked you what you wanted before, and you just fucking went silent and told me how pretty and nice I was. Don't bullshit me. Let's go.
Well, no, I talked, and then you said that I cut out. So, you know. Anyway, I like your ramblings. My story is I've got a son that's in prison on some bullshit shit.
What is bullshit shit, sir? Don't do that, because you know how that goes. They go, my son's in jail for bullshit shit, and then you find out he killed a whole family and made meth in the living room after doing it.
Well, he didn't do that shit. But it's some bullshit shit, Paul.
Let's get to it. You're anonymous. We don't know who and what you are. We're not going to find out who he is, to my knowledge. I can't promise that, but I don't see how they would. Presuming anyone wants to, get down to it. Give me the story of what it is.
Okay, so he was in juvie on some legit shit, right?
Right.
Okay, and so they've locked him down in juvie. You know, they can do whatever the fuck they want to on him in juvie. They locked him down for some COVID bullshit. And so him and his 16-year-old mind thought that he could catch an adult charge and get out of that lockdown, right?
Okay.
So he wrote a letter to the state's attorney and said some pretty bad shit.
So why are you? This is amazing to me. This is why you understand on some level. I don't mean to be mean to you. You understand on some level. This is probably why your son's in jail, because you just tried to remove all accountability, and responsibility from him, and claim stuff is just happening to him. You know, is his last name Slack Cop by any chance? I'm kidding, but you're like, hey, he's something happened. He's in prison because of some bullshit shit. Then you proceed, as is predicted, to tell me that he wrote a communication to an official and threatened him. What are we talking here? Said he's going to fuck mama?
He requested the state's attorney to murder some people.
Well, there you go, sir. So your first statement to me, if you're being accountable and responsible for him or yourself, is, my son's an asshole. He got himself into prison, jacking off with the wrong people, doing the wrong shit. And he furthered his fucking problems by doing something completely nonsensical and irrational. Can we start there?
Well, yeah, you're right.
I usually am, sir. It's what I do, and it's why you guys come here, because you're usually wrong.
That's why I'm here. I needed you to tell me that. I knew it was the truth, but I just needed Paul to. Okay, well, I'm here for it. It's uncomfortable for me, but I've gotten pretty good at it. It's based in truth, after all, so all I got to do is repeat what I know about me. Is that what you did?
Over and over again in my life. Isn't that what we all do? Make stupid, fucked up choices with stupid, fucked up people, get ourselves in deep, and then make another fucked up choice and get ourselves in deeper. Yeah. That's how we mature and learn, right? So I guess he won't do that again, huh? Guess he won't be writing any letters to anybody other than Dear Abby from now on.
Oh my God, I hope not.
Well, there you go.
He's still got another 12 years, so we'll see.
All right, so can I ask, did he kill somebody?
No.
How did he get... So did he get convicted on this to further his time? Is that why he has 12 years?
Well, they waited until he got out of juvie and then charged him with 30 Class X felonies.
What was he in the juvenile for? Drugs?
Yeah, drugs, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know.
It all comes back to the same root: low self-esteem, low self-worth, lack of accountability, responsibility, and willingness to do a bunch of shit you know you shouldn't with a bunch of people you know you shouldn't be with. That's usually what gets everybody to juvie, right?
True. I'd like to, contribute bad parenting, maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, doesn't everybody do what they think is true and what's right based on what they've been shown until they realize maybe there's more to the story?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, dude, then you need to make sure, and it doesn't mean you go the other way, right? It's good to be loving and caring and sort of laissez-faire, but there has to come a time for extreme accountability, responsibility, and authenticity. And that's the backbone of what I talk here, because it's what I needed the most in my life and still need, and maybe what I struggled with the most. So there's a good chance you're going to need more of that to rectify whatever helped to create this problem. I wouldn't beat yourself up about it, but you got to be real, right? So from here on out, the way you correct this problem is by not accepting less for yourself or him or others. You got to call it as you see it, and you got to encourage folks to do the right thing, and when they do the wrong thing, you got to call them out for it, and be clear that there's a reason why this shit's happening.
Yeah, I totally agree. Can
I ask when this happened? The juvie, the letter writing?
The letter writing happened a year and a half ago.
Were you here a year and a half ago?
No.
Okay, well then I guess that's a good thing, because I was going to say, why in the hell wouldn't you? But it's beyond the point now because you weren't here. Because obviously I was going to say, why wouldn't you encourage him to be writing the proper letters? But it's a moot point because you weren't here. I can't, we can't find fault where there wasn't an opportunity. But
no, Paul, I think his situation drove me into this search, and I went down a rabbit hole, and I found you, and so here I am. And I'm not saying that you're right about everything at all. There's a bunch of shit I disagree with you about. But I do appreciate what you're doing.
I'm curious. Give me some of those.
The shit I disagree with you about?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not to get booted and piss you off, but the whole sovereign citizen stuff, I don't understand that stuff. It seems to me like a bunch of nonsense.
Right. You mean like how your son's in jail and going to do more time, and I've gotten arrested 6 times and haven't done a day other than the 2 or 3 days at a time before it gets dismissed? How much nonsense could it be?
Buddy, that's fine. That's fine. You just asked me my opinion, and I gave it to you. So
right. But again, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying, like, let's be clear on what this is. I have an understanding and experience that you and others need to go to the next level. Telling me you disagree with my experience that works is your foolishness and hubris. So it's one thing to say you don't understand and you need to know more so you can have power and value like I do in my life and in these situations and get results. That's one conversation. To tell me I'm not right and you disagree, you don't have any platform to disagree with.
Well, why not?
Because you don't have the results and the power and the value that I do. You can't do what I do and come out and still keep talking.
Okay, well, not to argue with you, but I own my own house. It's paid off. I'm
Do
pretty
you pay taxes on it?
Well, of course I pay taxes.
Then you don't own it. Hello. So let's just throw that right out the window, because now you want to defer to who has supposedly more money and more things, but you don't, because you don't technically own that house. You pay taxes on it, which makes you a lessee. You're leasing the house. Someone else owns the property, and you're paying them to use the property.
Oh, God damn it, Paul. You make too much fucking sense.
I know. That's what always gets you guys in your ego and hubris caught up. And I'm here for it because this is what's going to lead you to becoming more conscious and aware, activated, and getting your own results through actually trying different things.
So what's the solution?
The solution is you get really real with yourself and others. You recognize what you understand and what you don't. You admit that there may be a lot of things more than you'd like to believe that you don't understand. And then you seek a adequate and true understanding through authentic experience that might most likely is going to have tests and challenges behind it, because that's how you get the experience. You literally have to be crazy enough like me to step out on a hope and a dream and a little bit of information and get a whole bunch of experience through tests and challenges to turn around one day and say, I know better than you and others because I have the experience, the walk and the talk to prove it.
You definitely got the talk to prove it. I'll give you that.
I got the walk as well. You don't get the talk without the walk unless you're a bullshitter. And we know I'm not a bullshitter here because I've proven everything that I've said. Concepts that they thought I was crazy for, that they made fun of me over. And they're shouting, why is he free?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know your story. I've only been here a couple months. So
right. The long and short of it is I've been arrested a half a dozen times in the past 3 to 5 years. Everything ranging from trespassing to gun charges to traveling without license, registration, insurance, and plates. Let's go down the list. I'm probably facing, with all the things put together, more time than your son. And I keep walking into court, putting 5 lines on paper, getting dismissals, walking out, and now I'm suing him with a handwritten claim. So if there's one thing I can claim to some degree, like 95% more than the average slave I interact with, is I have enough experience and enough knowledge to know that I ain't just whistling Dixie and this ain't sob sit mumbo jumbo. Do you really believe they let me out with gun charges and 8 ounces of weed and assault rifles and all the rest of it if I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about?
Well, I can tell you from my experience, and once again, no disrespect, but from my experience, somebody with all those charges and you walk out, that's a little iffy. That means
okay. So now you're claiming that I'm ratting or doing deals behind the scenes, and I'm coming online to play 2 different parts of people. Okay.
Negative. You're saying that. What I'm saying is,
so you're implying it.
From my experience.
You have to qualify your experience. From your experience with a bunch of weak, pathetic, dumbed down, incommunicado slaves who can't put 5 words together in a sentence. The only way to come out of court and not be fried is to make deals and cop out. Right, I get that. I was the same way. That's the culture I come from. Why do you think Slow State said he's got to be an informant, got to be a rat? No, that's him. He was caught at January 6th working with the Proud Boys, just like half a dozen people on here are. Don't you think, sir, after 5 years, if I pointed the finger at court and got somebody testified on or got people locked up, someone somewhere would have came out of the woodwork and said, that guy's making deals behind the scenes, he's ratting, he's doing something untoward?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, because it's not happening.
Hey, dude, I'm not saying that you did that.
I'm not saying you said I did that. You implied that. Here's the more practical example of what's going on here. I'm an anomaly, sir. Doesn't that make more sense? That based on everything, the little you've seen and heard about me and how I even present here, that I'm anomalous. I'm not like most people. Wouldn't you say that? Isn't that a fair statement? I mean, I'm just going by what other people have told me. I've had about a few dozen people in my life, personally in my life, who tell me I'm nothing like anyone else they know for varied reasons, good, bad, and indifferent. Isn't it more likely I'm just anomalous in so many ways rather than just working with people and doing fraud?
That's a fair statement, Paul. That's a fair statement. All I was saying was that from my experience, the only way that people get out of what you're talking about and do what you're talking about is to be a snitch. I'm not saying you are one. I'm not saying you are one.
I got that. I'm putting it to bed conclusively, whether you believe me or not. I'm speaking truth right now. I've never ratted on anybody, sir. I have a rap sheet as long as my arm. There was a time in my life I got arrested every 6 months for drugs and whatever else. I've never ratted. There was times when I went into court and told the administrator, yeah, that Molly you found on me and the needles and the heroin and whatever is mine, and I believe I have a right to use drugs. They sent me to a 28-day program. I didn't do any jail time on that. I've also done 100 days in jail after 4 years probation. I've done it all. I've experienced it all to a degree, right? Hopefully, faithfully, I'll never have to experience any kind of extended prison time with what I know now and how I live now. I really don't cause any trouble. I don't cause any loss, injury, and harm, and I'm not an addict. So I could pretty much walk into any room on this land and tell anyone in there that I'm somewhat redeemable, that I actually like myself, that people respect me. I'm a pillar in a community. I actually work with people and help people. To lock me up would be a detriment to society more than I'd be free. That wasn't always the case. So if I'm not going to rat with a heroin addiction, I'm not going to rat when I'm like at the pinnacle of my quote unquote non-career, when my whole integrity and self-respect and principles are on the line, right? I don't think you understand. When I get locked up, it's nothing in my head and heart other than I now have to carry this through, not only for myself and this land, but these people I got to come back to and look in the face every day. I'm just one of those ones. I wouldn't trade my integrity and self-respect for 3 seconds. Why do you think I go after DeCastro and all these other people online? Because they make me sick. Well, with brother, what I know about myself and how I conduct myself, I can't believe the lies and the fraud and the grift that they're involved in. Do you know how much money I've turned down and numbers and all the rest of it by speaking this truth and being unwavering? I'm the furthest thing from a dishonorable, bad faith, liar, cheater, stealer, grifter at this point. That wasn't always the way.
Never tried to say that you were.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm speaking from my heart, the truth of my experience, with some hopes or faith that it will resonate with you to put your mind at ease. I come from the same world you do. I get the idea that when you get charged over and over again, typically, and you come out on the other side, it's because you're making deals. That's a limited purview experience from a majority of slaves who think that this corporation has a monopoly on the law when they're just enforcing policy and code, which doesn't apply to us unless you think it does.
So when you say corporation, what do you mean? Are you talking about the government?
United States. I'll pull it up again because I have to do this like Jeep Girl says. I have to do this like 3 to 5 minutes every fucking broadcast. Were you not there the day when I pulled up the documents USC 1A where their code defines the United States as a federal corporation?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll pull it up here now. It's hard for me to find at times, but we've pulled it up here before. So unless they scrubbed it, it'll be there. See, now you're everyone's gaslighting me. This is how crazy it is. There's times where I could have dozens experiences and I have to pull up the thing and remind myself, am I missing something here?
You don't have to pull it up. I'll take your word for it.
No, don't. I'm pulling it up.
All right.
United States Federal Corporation, and it's from Cornell University as well.
So is this like the 1876 shit?
Oh, wow. This is even on Google, man. This is great because now AI is giving it. They never used to do this. Yeah, we're making progress. We're getting it into the mainstream to where the AI is now repeating it. The United States is not a private for-profit corporation. The term United States refers to a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity United States. Really? So whether that's the United States itself or all public service administration, aka cops and courts, are all under the banner of service provider, aka federal corporation. But that's not good enough. I want more. There we go.
So you're telling me that
No, I'm not telling you anything. I'm reading to you from their documentations and papers. Now we're going to Cornell University, sir.
Okay, so the entire government is nothing.
I'm not interested in what you think government is. You are the government of and by and for the people under God with God's law. You at some point and everyone else around you got completely mind and heart controlled and indoctrinated and believe there's a government. There is no government, sir. You're being run by policy and code pushed by service providers defined as corporations. It's the definition of fascista, in case you're wondering. So there's United States. Source is 28 USC 3002, straight from Cornell University. If you can believe them, don't believe me. United States in quotes, not even uppercase, upper and lowercase, means A, a federal corporation, B, an agency, department, commission, board, other entity, United States. Doesn't get any more clear-cut and defined than that.
So why
anything that you keep calling United States is corporately defined or corporately connected. You want to keep calling it government, then call yourself one of Mussolini's fascista underlings.
So why
it's not the law of the land. It's not the government of this land. That's
why aren't all defense attorneys using this?
Because defense attorneys are there to turn your rights over and to administrate your estate. Why don't attorneys? If attorneys started using this, they'd be out of a job, sir. You can't be this rubed out and duped out, are you? Think everybody in the world's like me? That they really care? They want to do what's true and what's right? They want to tell everything they know every day and not sell it? No. They're exactly the opposite. You're not getting anything out of them unless you give them a check. And when you give them the check, you're only getting half because the other half they have to keep you in the dark.
Paul, come on, brother.
I know. Why isn't every doctor telling everyone to strengthen their immune system instead of take 5 vaccines? Can you get a clue about how this world works? So first, you're going to have to pull your head out of your ass and get real with yourself and others. The majority of people in this life are selfish, self-centered, money-hungry, ignorant to truth, and willing to lie to you to make a profit. Hello.
Well, I agree with that. But
right, you agree with that until we go to the doctors, the courts, the priests, the lawyers, and you're going to have some bullshit question and excuse why human nature or human condition isn't what it is on the whole. Then you're going to project onto me, you didn't say it directly, but I get it. You're then going to project onto me that I must be just like the rest of them. No, that's the point. I'm one of the few in a sea of liars, cheaters, grifters, and projectors who actually cares about living the truth and giving it away as penance for my wrongdoing, sir.
Paul, what the hell am I projecting on you? I think that you're projecting everything.
Earlier you said you didn't say it directly, but you implied that anybody who walks the walk that I walk and gets the results must be a backstabbing, two-faced, rat snitch liar.
Paul, I said that was from my personal experience.
I'm citing your personal experience. Why is it when we go to the attorney, you have such a hard time accepting what you believed could be possibly true about me is definitely true about most of them? I'm just asking you to take your experience and apply it to them the same way you were thinking about applying it to me. Then we can get somewhere here.
Bro, I already do that. You're
okay, then I'll accept that.
Where there is no beef.
There's no beef. I'm just saying if we can accept that and go from there, we're good to go. So your question is easily answered. Why don't attorneys use the law of the land? Because they're British accredited registry, bar card members. They're part of a legal society, and they're never going to go against their society and ruin their business of obfuscating the law society and claiming the legal society is the only thing that exists. There's two of them for a reason. Attorneys are members of the legal society, not the law society, because they're overthrowing the law with legal process.
We operate, in a capitalist society. If one attorney figured that out, what you're telling me, they could make a shit ton of money.
Hi. I've had folks offer me houses, hundreds of thousands of dollars, want to start a law firm with me. You're telling me about my experience again because you're projecting or rejecting what you think you know or don't know about me. So, again, what does capitalistic have to do with fascistic? You first and foremost live in a statist, fascist, socialist land. That's what it's become.
No. You first and foremost live in the land.
This is just so bizarre to me. It's like saying if any doctor out there figured out that vaccines were poisonous, they'd stop telling people to take them and open their own practice and tell people eat right, get exercise, and work with them in actual cures. And they do. They're called naturopaths. So the same thing applies. Just because you don't know of any attorneys who quit their practice to go start a real law firm and use the law of the land to uphold people's rights doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You're not exactly the most aware person, obviously, in this realm. So
well,
why you keep...
Good for you, Paul. You do
I'm
know
just saying we've already proved that. So like you could be mad at that, but like to make a statement that why hasn't it happened? You're just not aware of it. Do you believe you're aware of everything that exists in life? If you were, you wouldn't have these questions.
I believe that you're a very good internet arguer. I'll give you that, Paulie.
No, you got to go back to the record and the history. I have a record. I have experience. It's on record. It's been proven.
So you're
a very bad internet arguer and you don't have the experience. So what are we doing here right now?
Well, I'm arguing with you, I guess.
You're doing it horribly and making no sense. And the people are probably laughing at you.
Then
because
kick me
you
the
just
fuck
asked
off.
a completely
then
childish.
Me the fuck off, Paul.
I can fuck off.
If you don't think I'm worth being here, kick me
No,
the
that's
fuck
not
off.
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You're getting in your feelers now. You can't ask a stupid question and not get an answer that slaps you awake. Because that's what you're asking me for, indirectly. You're like, Paulie boy, I need you to slap me awake with reality, just like you did with your son. Our first interaction was, thank you, Paul, for telling me the truth that I already know on a subconscious level and don't want to admit to. We're going to continue that process all the way down the line. If you're not ready for it, come back when you are. If you want to try to do it.
I'm here for it, Paul. I'm here for it. You're making sense. All right, go on.
Okay. So let's refocus. I'm not being mean to you. I'm having to slap you and others awake with uncomfortable truths that we've been denying for the longest time. That's how we get the fuck out of this. So again, I'm sure now you get what I'm saying. I'm giving you the equivalent allegory, if you want to call it that, metaphor. Why wouldn't every doctor out there who just caused a whole bunch of people to die suddenly start their own practices and not push the vaccine? The answer is there's plenty of them. Doesn't matter if you and I know about them. I bet you anything and everything you can think of exists out there. Now, is that going to be the majority? Absolutely not. Is it going to be an anomaly? Absolutely. You're talking to one right now. I didn't need to get a bar card to learn the law and become extremely powerful and valuable with the masses, quote unquote, of individuals who want more power and value in their life and stop being suckered and enslaved.
All right. Hey, can I ask you this?
Yeah, sure. Anything you want, man. I'm here for you.
All right. So do you not, I mean, I understand the vaccine thing, but do you not believe that any vaccines are good or just the recent bullshit?
I don't know, sir, and I'd rather err on the side. I've just become a person. You can argue this is my religious beliefs, if you want to call it that. We can even throw that in. Why haven't all these 501c3 fake Catholic Christian church fascist scum left their churches to go open a ministry? Hi again. Because we can talk legal, lawful, we can talk naturopath, we can talk God. It's still going to be the same idea. So I've just become a person where whether the vaccines work or not doesn't matter to me. I'm not willing to take the risk on myself or anyone else to find out.
Fair enough.
So there's probably more evidence to the fact that we build up natural immunities, even if we have to get sick first. That's pretty much known from the beginning of time, to the point where tribesmen will take pus and disease and infect a child with it to get them to strengthen their immune system so they never get sick again. I mean, this medicine, this understanding is more ancient than let's go to a factory, put a bunch of chemicals together and claim this is going to stave off disease. There is no belief that that's real. There is no sense to that. What there is a belief in a sense of is these corporations will push anything on anyone to make a profit and claim they're helping you and keeping you safe. That's across the board.
I'll agree with you there. I will agree with you there. I mean, I think there's substantial evidence that, for instance, like the polio vaccine, it saved a bunch of lives. It saved a
According
bunch
to
of
who,
lives.
sir? Because the same record and statistics show that the polio vaccine wasn't even released until most of polio was eradicated in North America. So according to who? The news?
Paul.
There's a whole bunch of other folks who say they never had any problems till they took the polio vaccine and then got polio, never went away.
I've
Should we
also
bring
heard
those
people
up?
say that they didn't know to wash your hands, and then all of a sudden you knew to wash your hands, and that's when all the disease went away. Paul, this?
No, sir. That's actually see, this is the thing. You have a belief they've given you about what creates disease and not. Right? There's equal, if not more, evidence to show that the reason people didn't used to get sick at a certain point is because their kids played in the dirt and ate dirt.
Now you sound like my grandpa.
I sound like your grandpa because your grandfather probably is a man of common sense and has a long life of experience where he's realized more than what they've told him.
Well, he's 85, 86.
There you go. How often does he wash his hands, sir?
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
Well, go ask him. I bet he's out in the dirt. I bet he doesn't listen to anything they tell him, and he's lived a long, prosperous life because of it.
That's true.
And I bet there's a ton of people out there who listen to everything they were told, and they've been fucked 1,000 ways to Sunday. This is where common sense and discernment comes in. And it's become shockingly uncommon because we've grown up in an asylum where we've been indoctrinated. So they tell you, clean everything, sterilize everything, including your immune system. Yeah, and then you can't fight off the disease. Turns out the more you have access to certain level of dirt and disease and the rest of it, your body starts to adapt and learn how to fight it off, presuming you're not eating a bunch of crap, stressing yourself out, not getting rest, and living in a toxic environment constantly. But again, how many doctors would we put out of business if we stopped shilling a bunch of toxic products to save people from what they could save themselves from if they would just start to use common sense and do what's been tried and true from the beginning of time? I'm not saying piss and shit in where you're going to bathe and drink and eat. Like we know certain things about, keeping water and sanitation separate and all that's common sense. But this idea that by scrubbing everything down, sanitizing everything, immunizing everything, that somehow you're making yourself stronger, you're not. You're making yourself weaker and more susceptible to a tiny thing coming along and killing everybody.
Okay, that makes some sense. However, human lifespan has greatly extended since vaccines have come along.
That's a flawed statistic, and I'll tell you why. Partially, I'm not saying completely, partially, it's because back in the day, people died in their 30s, majority hunger, lack of prosperity, and war. So those are three things that most fat, happy, overly toxified Americans know nothing about, to the point I can't even get them to activate their warrior spirit.
Most people died before they were 5,
warrior.
Paul. Most people in all of history died before they turned 5.
Again, there's multiple aspects here. One of them is sanitation. Okay. So that's a big thing. We can discuss that. At one point, sanitation was an issue. Keeping the urine and feces separate from drinking water and all the rest of it.
Right.
I'm sure bathing and all that is part of it, right? I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater, pun intended. I'm just saying that there's certain truths here, there's certain common sense, and then people take it to the extreme. So part of those statistics are flawed because sanitation was a big problem. Famine and all the rest of it is a big problem. Wildlife. You're talking about people who didn't have modern day cities and conveniences. We're pretty much out on the land with nobody and nothing other than their extended family, living in the dirt around wild animals and going to war with each other.
Well, yeah, most cities had wild animals before modern times.
When you take in sanitation is along the lines of what you were getting into, hygiene, the rest of it. When you take in sanitation, when you take in a lack of knowledge, I guess, of nutrition and all the rest of it, when you take in the fact that people were working themselves to death, and the fact that they're, with wild animals and constantly going to war and involved in shootouts and rivalries. So yeah, I mean, to a degree, but now we're having a whole host of other diseases and ailments. I'm proof of it.
Well, I feel like you're trying to simplify things, to a degree that isn't really realistic.
Okay, so what is realistic is ever since we had vaccines, everyone's living a long, prosperous life. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that you can look at history, and ever since You know, like I said.
Why? Can I ask you a question? Why is it the human race is the only race where we presume that everybody surviving is a positive thing? I'm just asking a question.
Well, that's a deep philosophic question there,
right?
Paul.
And it's pretty simply answered that just keeping everyone alive for longer can be an inherently negative thing, because now you have a mass of people who are unconscious, unaware, have no common sense, don't know who and what they are, where they are, but they're living long lives and keep voting for masters. So damn. I'm kind of, even if this like bad karma comes back on me somehow, I'm going to speak it, that I don't necessarily think everybody should be kept alive, because there's a thing called genetics, and epigenetics tends to express when you're weak and you're a threat to the community, tends to take you the fuck out of here so that the rest of the herd can be stronger and move on and be prosperous. So I'm not necessarily a fan of, even if what you're saying is true, you're tampering with God's handiwork. And it's produced a race of fat, unhappy, lazy, unprosperous, unfulfilled slaves who can barely talk. So right. I'm not in the camp of, I'm almost on the other side now with what I've experienced from continent to continent with thousands of people. I've almost gone the other way now, from almost a humanitarian and to what they would call a technocrat humanist, where I go, let's take away all the technology, all the bullshit vaccines, all the medical care, and let's see who can actually survive and thrive here. And the weak will not be fit to exist.
Philosophically, I agree with you with what you just said. 100%. Bravo.
Right, but you don't like how it feels. I get that. Nobody does. But reality doesn't change because we don't like how it feels.
Well, no. I mean, now we're just debating. So...
yeah, in order for a species to evolve and thrive and learn more and do better and be better and have better, there has to be incentive and consequence.
I agree.
Right? When you remove incentive and consequence, it seems people just kind of flounder.
I agree.
We have a few examples of them, by the way, on these panels if you want confirmation.
Well, yeah, I think you're talking about me, and that's fine.
I'm not. I'm not actually talking about you in this case. It might apply. If you feel it applies, then it does. Don't take away the lesson. But I wasn't. I'm talking about other folks who they know who I'm talking about specifically. Right. There's one glaring example. The folks in chat know. I don't even have to say it.
I might be self-projecting a little bit there.
No, I think that you're honestly recognizing within yourself something that applies to all of us, because we're all born in this world at this time, and we're all subject to the same power and value dynamics.
True.
I'm talking about, again, most of what I'm talking about here applies to me to some degree. It's because it applies to me I can speak on it. I'm not exempt from these dynamics. I've just recognized them and tried to practice getting out of it.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that goes for everybody. I mean, we all learn that way. And if you're speaking honestly and not from the ego, then, you know, that's all of our experiences, right?
Right. Strong men create good times. Weak men create hard times. The reason why we're going more and more into political, religious, and economic hard times is because this place is full of weak men who've been kept alive, who've been given entitlement programs, who've been given everything and anything to keep them going, but going where? For what reason? To what end?
I agree with that. 100%.
So, I mean, even if what you're saying is true, which I don't believe it is, I don't believe vaccines and the rest of this crap keeps people alive and strong and healthy for longer. But even if it does, I'm not necessarily a fan of it. I'm more of a fan at this point of letting nature and God and the experience take its course. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Damn, that's rough.
Well, the only other option is to superimpose some reality that doesn't exist to make you and others feel better. And we see how that's gotten us, how far that's gotten us. They're voting for Donnie again. They're on Facebook claiming Donnie's wearing a purple tie because he's above the red and blue lodge. They're completely delusional and denial. This is the same guy who beat them, proverbially, metaphorically, locked them down, destroyed their economy, pushed a vaccine, and said he did it all for America. And we're now on the second time around. The Stockholm Syndrome is in full swing, and folks are choosing to see what they want to see and ignoring what is.
You'll get no rise out of me there. I agree with what you just said.
Okay. 100%. So guess what, sir? Klaus Schwab, along with Paulie, this is one of the few places where we're going to align, have come to a inflection point where we realize the only thing that's going to take this race to the next level is letting all the weak, dumbed down, ignorant, rejecting of truth, godless, bad faith, dishonorable cowards slave and die because they don't want, nor are they going to do anything different. Quite the opposite. They're begging for, paying for, supporting their own enslavement and genocide, no matter how it turns out over and over again. There's only one thing left fit for these folks: to suffer and die, and to be taught in the next life what to do and not do, genetically and epigenetically. That's how it's passed down.
But they're still people. We have to have empathy for them.
They're not people.
Oh, bullshit, Paul. Don't say that.
Can you define a people for me rather than a person?
No, I cannot.
Of course not, but I can.
Of course you can.
Of course I can, because I'm a people. I
You're
care.
not a person?
I'm willing to do what's true and what's right. I'm willing to sacrifice for the good and the greater whole. I'm willing to get the information when no one else will, to give it away to the rest of you. I'm a people. The majority of folks in my life, including my father, my uncles, and the rest, are persons, mask wearers, inauthentic corporate males. They're not willing to do anything of what's true and what's right for themselves or for the greater good. I don't consider them actual people. I consider them to be broken husks of what they could be, and that's by choice.
That's a bit harsh.
It's a bit real.
Maybe
you have
they
a
just
problem, like
learned
many, with reality.
Paul, maybe they just haven't learned what you've learned.
Bullshit. They've spent thousands of hours lying to themselves and me and denying my experience and projecting onto it. Stop making excuses. Stop making excuses for corrupt, bad people. You want to call them people? Fine. They're bad people.
What if the world had given up on you before you became
the world
what you
never
are?
Gave up on me or anyone else. You gave up on yourselves, just like I did. Stop making excuses for weak, disempowered, bad people who don't want to help themselves and do what's true and what's right, who forsake their land and their own countrymen and their own families. Are you kidding?
Paul, we're all in this together, brother.
We're not all in this together. Stop projecting.
We are.
We're in the universe together. We're not living the same lifestyles to the same outcomes.
Well, nobody is. Nobody ever has.
That's not true. You don't know what community is. I'm sorry for you, but stop project. You should ask more questions instead of revealing your foolishness and disempowerment. Then when I speak on it, you're gonna get a feeling about it.
I am.
You want to claim that we're in this? What are you in with me, sir, other than this universe and this conversation right now? Do you do what I do? Do you live how I live? Do you get the results? You going to show up for yourself and me the way that I do? You going to be a part of what we're building and the result? No. So what the fuck are you saying?
I'm in this little YouTube bullshit with you right now.
Yeah, you get the opportunity to be in this with me and others if you choose what's true and what's right and use your conscience and common sense. If you don't, the closest thing we're going to be in together is a universe and in trouble.
Well, we're going to be dead together.
Okay, and that means what?
I don't know. What does it mean?
I don't know. You're now focusing on death to make a decision about our life.
Well, isn't the whole point of life death?
Death is part of life. It's supposed to make you live better today, I would think.
It's the end goal, right?
I don't know about an end goal. It might be a transitional experience toward the end of this body's lifespan. But I'm not so sure when you say we're all in this together, we are, but we aren't. Most things are true in some sense and false in some sense.
Well, even if we have differing opinions, we're still, I mean, me and you, brother, we're talking right now.
This is the thing, John Johnston. You're playing a game with me. I'm not good with the abstract. I'm great with the abstract. So much so I can take it back down to the precise and acute. You folks are not good with precise details and nuance. You want to take everything to the abstract to avoid the obvious reality, day to day and personal choice, and I'm not going to have it. I'm great with the abstract. It has nothing to do with our day-to-day acute perspectives, discernments, choices, and outcomes. It's like saying we're all in a prison together, so we're all in this together. We're not, because I do my time differently than you. You get fucked in the ass your whole time and you're somebody's bitch. I'm not. So we might be in this together. We're in the same prison together. We don't have the same ways of living or the same outcomes, nor do we enjoy the same benefits, privileges, or state of beingness or respect level for self and from others.
Paul, I feel like you're trying to get me in my feelings by saying that.
It's not hard, but no, I'm trying to talk truth about our experience that most folks are not going to like. It's like saying we're in the same company together. We are, but we aren't, because I wake up early every day. I do my process and procedure. I prepare. I work harder. I get more results, and the rest of you complain and project. So we could be part of the same company, but we're not, because we don't keep the same company. We don't live the same way, and we don't get the same outcomes for obvious reasons.
Well, you have consciousness. I also have consciousness. All these people in the chat, they also have consciousness.
Agreed. Now there's going to be a difference here. We're all one on the highest level. We're all one on the highest level. On the lowest level, there's a gap in perspective or understanding or application or results. And there's a reason. And usually the reason is you're either not getting it or you're too cowardly to put what you got into action and get a result.
So you're laying out a hierarchy there that puts you at the top.
Yes. No. Inherent hierarchical power and value systems has nothing to do with the individual being higher or lower. It's apprehension and results or not. Stop making it a competition. You guys all want to make it a competition. I'm talking about objective reality, choice-based, cause and effect, outcomes or not. Where did you ever see or hear me say that I'm above anyone else? If I'm above everyone else and that makes me okay, why am I talking to you or anyone else who's supposedly beneath me? Why am I wasting my time, energy, attention?
I don't know, Paul. Why?
You don't know because the premise doesn't make any sense. So I'm talking now, going over my time I had scheduled, not focusing on me because I'm one of those ones who cares about the truth and doing what's true and what's right and making the whole better. Right? So again, that makes me a people. I'm here for a reason. The reason gets results. People practice, they learn, they do, they be, they have better. It's tried and true.
So if you're doing that, then you agree we're all in this together, and that's what you're doing this for.
We're all in life together, but we're not bound to each other. I have no responsibility and obligation for you other than the one I've chosen or has been chosen for me. A little bit of both.
Then why do you choose to do this?
I just told you, because I believe I'm bound by some kind of covenant to give what I know and what I've shared that I've gotten the hard way. That doesn't mean that I believe that when I turn this camera and this screen off and go back to my day-to-day life, that you and I are in some kind of bondage or in some experience together other than this universe. You're going to take the information, you're going to learn more, be more, do more, get more results, and be thankful and grateful for it, or you're not. So yeah, we're all in this experience together, but guess what? If you want to be clear here, right? Because this is where it turns the corner. If I accept what you say to be true, then I have to make an enemy out of you. Because if we're all in this together and we're all Americans and countrymen, yous all sold me the fuck out. You pay your slave tax, you vote for masters, you call the cops, you follow the code, and you're all the reason why I'm going to be put in prison one day, potentially, or killed.
Oh, that's
so
dark,
be very careful about putting yourself and all of us attached at the hip and one unit, because at that point you brought on a whole bunch more liability, responsibility, and obligation you didn't stand on.
Lord,
and Paul, I guarantee that if I get killed or put in prison, you, Vaughn, and the other folks here aren't going to show up to pay for my funeral or give my fucking family or Jennifer any kind of care. You're going to go on with your shitty, weak-ass life, aren't you?
Well,
so cut the fucking game.
Tonight, you're not gonna give a shit about me. Actually,
I absolutely do give a shit about you in the sense of doing what's true and what's right and having better and having a revelatory experience. Other than that, you're absolutely right. I don't give a fuck what you do. Because the same is true back to me. And you could try to pretend it's not. I've been to jail over and over again. I see the few folks who are there for me through the hardest times. The majority aren't. So cut the crap that everybody's all in this together with me. Just like Brian and DeCastro, when it came time for me to go to the box and go to the court, nobody was there with me and for me. It was me and her.
That's life, Paul. That's
exactly life. That's life. So cut the crap. Every day begins and ends with you. You're born alone with you in the spirit. You die alone with you in the spirit. And you live your life the best you can along the way with others who align with your values and principles or not. And that's a community. A community is not a group of people cohabiting in the same vicinity. A true community, the root word is communing with higher sense of self, order, value, power, and principle. And if you don't have that and you're not communing with that, then you're not part of the community. And that's how life works. From the beginning of time till the end of time.
I'm down with that.
Right. So that's what we're in together here. We're in a process of fellowship, revelation, and community that starts and ends with self and God and the truth.
That's all I mean. Whenever I say we're all in this together, Paul, we wouldn't be talking to each other if we weren't in this together. God wouldn't have brought us together to be having this conversation unless we're all in this together.
Right, but what is the reason why you're here in front of me? I didn't come to seek you out. You came to seek me out. There's got to be a reason.
I don't know the reason, to be honest.
You don't know the reason?
Oh, my God. No, not at all.
This is what I love when you guys play this game. You just don't want to cop to what's going to make your ego feel less while you call me egotistical. You're not here because I'm nice and kind and polite. You're not here because I'm pretty. You're not here because I'm a billionaire who's going to sell you my course.
No, I like you because you don't take any bullshit and you say it how you see it.
Right. So let's translate that. I'm a human being who's done so much reflection on myself and moved in authenticity and gotten more power and value for myself. And you and others want that in your life.
I don't know about me and others. Don't lump me in with this fucking crowd, Paul.
You just said we're all in this together.
Well, we are in this together, Paul.
I love destroying you guys' bullshit from one line to the next with your own words.
Me and you. Just me and you. Only singular.
Okay, so the same thing that applies for you applies to other people here. Applies to Slackcott and everyone else who's come here. You folks recognize something in me you may or may not recognize in yourself, and you want more of it, and I'm here to give it. And instead of you getting more of it, you want to argue with me about how it doesn't exist. Then go away and don't come back. You're not fooling anyone. You wouldn't be here for any other reason if you didn't want to be like me or with me in some way, shape, or form. While saying we're all in this together, while saying don't let me in.
There may be some truth to that.
Okay, so don't try to say that I'm projecting that I'm above and beyond everyone. You folks come here and verify directly or indirectly. You want or need something I am or have, or want and need to be with me.
Or we just want
the other way around.
We just want to talk with you, you know.
You want to talk with me because you've become subconsciously or consciously aware that I have something you want or want to be.
Paul, I don't think you have anything I want, buddy.
Then why are you here?
I like talking to you now.
I don't like talking to you or others, so it doesn't make any sense.
Paul, we're friends now. How could you say
we're not? You're doing the DeCastro thing now. Dude, you're undoing everything you're saying from one line to the next. You just said you don't want anything from me or with me. I said you do. Your next line was you want to be my friend or be with me as a friend. Are you hearing yourself? Do you even pay attention to what you're saying?
No, not really. I'm
obviously. So that's going to be one of your homework assignments. Get more conscious and aware of who and what you are and what you're doing and why. Because I seem to know who and what you are and what you're doing better than you do. And your own words are confirming that I'm more right about you than you are.
Paul, why are you being so mean at me, bro?
There we go. I'm being so mean because I'm not online looking for a friend or a conversation.
All right, have a good day, Paul. Good
and there we go with the with the bitch ass. You guys all do the same pattern with me because you just can't cop to the truth. You came on here because your son is locked up. You know that I have a legal, lawful background. You know that these people are here because they know it. You know I'm on record, and you want to pick my brain to see if there's something you can learn so you can have more power and value in your life. Why is it so difficult to cop to what's obvious?
Paul, I didn't know any of your story. I'm sorry.
You don't. I didn't ask you to be sorry. I asked you to be honest with yourself and real, or just tell me where I'm projecting. And I'm not seeing it because your words, like everyone who comes up here, undoes you. All I have to do is say what I really believe or what I've experienced. You guys tell me it's not. Then in the next breath, you tell me I'm right. I've done this enough to know what's going on, when, why, and how. It's pretty obvious.
But Paul, I think you've learned just as much from me tonight as I've learned from you.
I haven't. You're delusional and in denial. I haven't learned anything from you. You want that to be the case because you're one of these people who wants to force equalization. We're not equal in different ways. Why are you not okay with that, socialist collectivist?
We're not equal.
This is you and everyone else's problem. You keep projecting ego and arrogance onto me when it's you, and you want to force equalization and equivocation and claim it's happening all places, all times. It's not. We're not equal. We don't have the same understanding, experience, and results. You're here because we're not equal, and you want to do and be and have better. The faster you can cop to that, presuming I can even facilitate that, is the faster that we can create a better person who's more honest and real and in touch with themselves. You're denying the obvious reality that the rest of folks are experiencing here because you don't like how it feels. That's going to be an impediment to you learning and growing and doing and being and having better. Your ego and arrogance, not mine.
Oh, Paul. Come on.
Oh,
brother.
Vaughn.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Do you really think
Do you think there's anything in life I'm better at than you?
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm asking because we're all equal. We're all in this together. There's no difference from anyone. We're going to force equalization through collectivism and fraud and denial and delusion. Is there anything in life you think, because I'm ratting in line to get out of my court cases. You're obviously a great speaker and communicator. You're obviously very conscious and self-aware, and you're very entertaining. I'm just asking, is there anywhere in life that just even if you looked at me or listened to me for 30 seconds, that you would something start to seep in that I might be better at certain things than you? I'm just asking. You tell me.
Yeah, Paul, you're much better than me at speaking. You're much better than me at, I don't know. I mean, it seems like most things in life.
Right. And that's why you're here.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So am I. Because it didn't seem like it before. So that's not my ego and arrogance. The reality is typically people don't go to places like this and listen to people who A, they're not entertained by, or B, don't see something in them that they want to see in themselves, even if it's my dick. You have no idea how many men want me to fuck them on here and just won't cop to it. I can see it and know it. They won't cop to it.
Oh, shit. Hey, that ain't me, Paul. That ain't
I'm
me.
not saying it is.
Swing that way, brother.
I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, I don't swing that way. I'm here because you're entertaining, to be honest with you. And I've had a good conversation with you. I've had fun. I wish you the best. I hope you have a great life. And I do think that you're doing good for the world. Have a good day.
Okay, so we're doing the thing where you're leaving the rest of my life. We're being overly dramatic instead of just accepting what's obvious and true.
If that's what you want to call it.
I'm doing that. Let's be clear. I'm not doing better for the world. I'm doing better for me, and that's a work in progress. I wouldn't come on here and share that I have gallbladder stones and pancreatitis and say that I'm a fat fuck if I wasn't taking accountability, responsibility. I'm far from perfect. I'm far from a complete picture. The point is there certain aspects of our beingness most folks have completely neglected, including me. It's just they're different here, right? Like, we're not coming on here necessarily talking about health and wellness and all the rest of it. We do at times, but that's not something that I can honestly sit around and go, man, I'm like Mr. Universe. I'm like a nutritionalist. I'm like in such great shape. No, I don't do that. That would be arrogance and ego. So it's like, hey, do you want to be a better communicator? I might be that. Do you want to have a better sort of philosophical perspective and sense of humor about life? I might be that. Do you want to, like, you know, understand etymology and words and like how it works with legal and lawful and how to have more power and value in your society and not be a slave? I might have some of that. If you want to just be entertained by the fact that I think I'm a know-it-all and I'm going to get you to trip yourself up on your words, I might be some of that. There's obvious, clear-cut reasons why people are here.
Go on.
So yeah, that's all I was trying to get down to, right? Is radical authenticity, accountability, and responsibility. Believe it or not, I'm at my de facto state of beingness. You know, before I started to go on this path, not only broadcasting, but going to courts, right? Living authentic relationship with women, being honest with some. I'm a very fearful, insecure person, you know, and much like most folks I meet, prefer to live in delusion and denial. And then at some point I go, you know what? I have a lot of potential. People keep telling me that I'm not using half, if any of it. And let's find out what they really mean, because I don't see it in me the way they do. By walking this walk, I've started to see why certain people always saw potential in me, thought I was intelligent, thought I was talented. I didn't see any of that in me. So I'm telling you that from doing this walk, I've started to see that and own that and be confident and faithful in that. Right? So that's a new experience for me. I want that for you and others. And the way we get to that is by accepting our strengths and our weaknesses and admitting to ourselves why we're doing what we're doing and what the outcome's going to be. If we don't know who and what we are, why we're doing what we're doing, and what we want for an outcome, how are we going to get it?
I agree with that.
Right. So there you go. Paul, you like to hear yourself talk. Maybe that's the case. There's obviously no objections to at least a few thousand people here daily, 7 days a week, over 1,000 days straight. They like to hear me talk as well. So I'm only in alignment with them. What's your point? Is what I'm saying true or false? That's what you guys don't ever want to focus on. You want to try to play some, not you, Vaughn, I'm talking to Snowman. You guys always want to play some gotcha game, power game, where you deny the obvious reality. Snowman, you like to hear me talk too, because you're here on an alternate account.
I do like to hear you talk. It's
I'm talking to the man in chat, Vaughn.
Oh, sorry.
Because there's folks, you know, they're getting triggered, and I know what I'm doing. Believe it or not, when I speak certain things, even if it's uncomfortable for me, I say it anyway. I'm not as narcissistic and egotistical as folks would like to think. I'm actually probably a lot more caring than most folks would like to admit. I just don't present that way. So with that said, there's nothing necessarily wrong with liking to hear myself talk, especially if what I'm saying is inspiring and entertaining to me and others, which most of the time it is, or I wouldn't be doing it. There was a time in my life where I couldn't stand to hear myself talk in my own voice. I don't have that problem anymore. So I'm sorry, Snowman, if you do, where you don't like to hear yourself talk, probably because you don't like yourself and what's coming out of your goofy mouth. I probably don't either. So we're in alignment there. Anyone seeing how this is working, where you can be present and conscious and aware of yourself and also see yourself from a third-party perspective, cosmic consciousness? Anyone else getting how this is working?
Paulie, I got shit to do later. Bye.
All right, Vaughn, come back, man. Don't be put off by my presentment. This is kind of, if not completely, the initial sort of courting fraternal process, if you will. Right? We gotta test and challenge. We got to shake you up a little bit. We got to point certain things out, and we got to see, are you down for the long haul? And do you really see the value in what's going on here? Or is this just a flash in the pan game, right? This is my shit test, if you will.
Yeah. I'll be back, definitely.
All right. I'm going to hold you to it. Questions, comments, concerns? That went well. There you go. Justin has figured something out here today. We're learning. Paul loves to talk. That's why he has a broadcast and why we're all here. Imagine that. Imagine that somebody with the acronym PIMP, proper instruction motivates people, loves to talk about truth, life, experiences, the game, if you will, growth, knowledge, self-development, and to be entertaining, and to challenge and trigger and test. Imagine that, huh? Almost like I was formed to do what I'm doing on some level, and then I get a choice how I want to do it or what I want to talk about. Again, it's like folks keep projecting onto me narcissism and egotism because they want to deny the obvious reality. Did you see how fast, by the way, this is why I don't trust most people. Did you see, by the way, how fast he went from he needs my help or wants to know about law or prove that what I'm saying is true to he's just here to be entertained? No, I'm doing both, sir. Why can't you cop to that? You just can't give me credit from your ego and arrogance that I'm not only entertaining, but I'm informative to some degree. It's called infotainment. I'm pretty damn good at it for a guy with no formal training who just turned the camera on one day, smokes dope, and goes off with empty space. Hey, one day, I want some of you folks to turn on a camera and put on a microphone and sit in the empty space and create something and actually have more than 10 to 15 tards watch it. Just try it out. And then maybe you'll come back to me with a different perspective and countenance on who I am and how I do what I do. And don't forget about the fact that while I'm testing and triggering and challenging, I'm usually correct about what I'm saying. And the majority of the audience, whether they like me or not, recognizes it because you folks repeat what I'm saying in a different way to prove it. You believe in dissolving your ego with DMT. It's complete bullshit, sir. The only people who want you to dissolve your ego are cultists, collectivists, and fascists and statists. You have to have some sense of self. That's what ego is. That's what gets you up, out of the bed, into your pants, out to work, serving something, doing something, being something, and putting food in your own mouth and not the guy across the room from you. Dissolving your ego at DMT. And let me correct one of my intros because oftentimes I get extreme here and I misspeak. And one of my intros, I made a claim that I killed off my ego in order to do what I'm doing. When I say that, I mean my false self. I've almost completely checked or killed off my false self. Do I have an ego? Absolutely. It's what gets me up and out and to the court and let them know I'm standing on truth and under God, and you ain't going to change that. Without that ego, guess what you become? Just another face in the crowd, just another number, just another weak, candy-ass pansy who goes along to get along. Give me a break with the pseudo-spiritual crap that you heard from a bunch of weak candy asses who go along to get along, who want to justify and make excuses why they've never been actualized, realized, or individuated. Yeah, that's who pushes that crap. So when we talk ego, you better be very clear. Let's use the word persona, better word. Difference between a people and a person again. We're back to that. People is under God and God's law, and trust, equity, and faith would rather be right than president. Under God. See, that's the ego checker. Versus false self. Like your boy was doing there. That's the toxic ego you're talking about. Wishy-washy. Changing your story, not aware of yourself and what you're doing and to what end, making excuses and justifications for your criminal bozo son. Let's get really real with ourselves and each other on who's got the ego and the arrogance and who's talking real, harsh, challenging truth that the egos and the arrogance don't want to accept, or the arrogant egos, rather, don't want to accept or look at, and then ask stupid fucking questions because they'd rather live in a false reality to cope. That's a hallmark of the ego and the arrogance, is a hallucination used to cope while they're calling someone egotistical and arrogant who's preferring to talk truth under God. Get it? Under Satan, not interested in what you think and feel. You're another coward who won't come up here. If you come up here, I'll ask you 10 questions. You're going to be just like everybody else, and I'm going to retire you for good on this channel. Okay? Not interested what your feelers report to you in all capital letters. That's how I know you're yelling out from your feelers. You had to capitalize it to project your feelings onto me. If I'm doing what I'm doing under Satan, why are you here and why are you listening? Why do so many people come back to me 3 and 5 years later and say I'm a better person for interacting with you? I've got my faith back. I've got trust and equity back. I got discernment that I never had before. I can see a snake for a snake, a liar for a liar, a coward for a coward. Why do so many people come back to me, even if they hate me, at some point, after 3 to 5 years and say, Paulie boy, just like a daddy, I see why you were doing what you were doing the way you were doing it. And it's kind of weird how you're sort of a different person away from here, right? But I appreciate what you're doing because much like the administrators at court, they're helping you from a negative perspective. They're pointing out how you're a genocidal slave who's incompetent and incapable so you can get that right. If you don't choose to get it right, but you choose to cry over how you feel about what was put forth, you'll never level up. See, you all think God's supposed to be your best friend, supposed to tell you it's all going to be okay. You don't got to do and be and have nothing. You can just say and do whatever you want with no consequences. That ain't the godly experience I know. You don't have the proper intention. You don't do what's true and what's right. You're not oriented toward justice. You're going to get walked all over in your life. You're going to get used and abused. You're going to get sucked up and spit out. And you're going to wind up alone with few, if any, who respect you, including yourself, by the end of your life. That's been my experiences with folks who want to live like you. Your own women and children don't respect you. They don't value you beyond what you could do for them. And what you could do for them is very limited. Pay for their shit and maybe give them some kind of a feeling of security through attachment. Even that is waning. Because the more your women and children realize you're not tried and true, you're not authentic, you're not accountable, responsible, and you're a fucking coward, they don't even feel the attachment for you anymore. You can ask me about me and my father. We can say it's a crying shame, but it makes perfect sense. I've got less and less attachment for these motherfuckers because they're lying, delusional, in denial. They're not love able. They're bad faith, dishonorable. They'll lie at the drop of a hat, and they're not interested in doing the next right thing for themselves or the community. That's under Satan as far as I'm concerned. That's the deceived as far as I'm concerned. Those are the same ones who persecute, prosecute me, and project onto me and ignore my good works day in and day out. Ignore my proven concepts and what I've given away and not charge a motherfucking thing, doing all my work on charity, spending all my time, energy, attention to try to better myself so we could better others. That's called labeling, Paul. Your experience of people isn't all people. Never said it was. You want to prove it right now? Get up here and be the next piece of content. I'm out of here anyway. I'm going over 2 hours longer than I should have. Paul is very cynical for good reasons. Yeah, okay. Take a look around and try to figure out why I may be faithful more than ever, but not hopeful for mankind and my fellow man. Can you take a look around? And nor do I have to be. This is an individuated journey to consciousness and awareness with you and God and whoever you're communing with. And as it's been said from the beginning of time, better to go it alone on your journey than with fools for company. So you want to call it cynical. I'm calling it realistic based on 99.9% of probability and outcome in mathematics, the science, and the arts. So I have faith in this understanding, this information in God and what's been shown to me, so much so, it's all that I have and what I give away all day, every day. Everything else is extras. If you think that I think that the majority are ever going to take this information and walk with it like I do, don't count on it. But guess what? We don't have to. Many are called, few are chosen. They say there's not many of us. I say there's plenty of us. Less is more. Come on up here. Let's play the game with your arrogance and ego while you project that it's mine. Get on up here, and I'm going to ask you 10 questions, and you're going to show me and tell me why you're not exactly like 1,000 other slaves who came here before and will come after. Let's do it. Show me how unique you are. Show me how special and different you are. This is why outcome-based education, this is why all your entitlement programs and your institutions have failed you. Because it pushes false equality on everybody, claims everybody's equal when everyone doesn't have equal results, and denies the reality of experience so the majority can cope and feel better. You're all unique. You're all special. No, you're not. When you come here in places like this and other places and you show who and what you are and you talk, you're just like everyone else. It's your arrogance and ego. I'm telling you, we're all oneself on the highest level. I'm telling you, on the lowest level, we can all do and be and have the same things if we put the time, energy, attention, and the work in with the proper understanding. That's not arrogance and ego. That's unification and collective consciousness. True care, true consciousness, true collectivism / communion or community. It's you folks, the egotistical, arrogant ones who claim you're all unique and different and special when you got the same retorts, reactions, responses, and lifestyle as everyone else you've interacted with here. You want to be some special, unique, different person. I don't need to be that. I'm shown to be that in my experiences because I don't do typically what the rest do. This is what's so fascinating about it. I'm one of the few people on here you can actually say is somewhat unique and special and different. And even that's not true. There's been at least hundreds, if not thousands of people, at least, just in our present time and experiences here, walking the same walk as me, doing the same kind of things for the same reasons to the same outcomes, and getting the tests and the challenges and the level up. No one's disagreeing with that. Every has singer similarities and multiple different. Dude, you can't even talk. You can't even talk, and you want to sit here and argue with me from a chat box. Just get up here and show that you're full of shit. If not, I'm moving out my night. Just go cope however you have to cope. This is what I mean. When the guy said to me, we're all in this together, in what sense? We're in the same universe together, and many of you are living in your own fucking self-perpetuated false reality. We're not even in the same room on the same planet together. Metaphorically, right? What are we all in together? You guys go from arguing and disagreeing with me to agreeing with me and then making qualifications so you can continue to cope. The fuck are you even talking about? Do you guys ever go to like a comedy club? You ever been to a comedy club? You ever start an argument with the guy on stage and claim to be as funny or funnier than him? Do you ever do that? I'm wondering. Do you ever go, hey, Mr. Guy at the front of the room who decided to pick up a microphone today, you must think you're real funny, huh? You must think you're real interesting, huh? You got some fucking ego on you, narcissist. No, you pay to sit there and listen. It's very odd. You guys go everywhere all day. You pay to sit there and listen. You come here for free and tell me I'm egotistical and narcissistic. Would you rather me shut up and not be here so you can go find someone else to project onto? It doesn't even make any sense. As if the guy at the front of the room talking is not supposed to be confident and faithful in what he's doing and have enough experience to know he's probably better off with a microphone than the dunce in the third row who just ordered another double, triple, whatever. Change the subject like 17 times. Paul, you're obfuscating and deflecting. The main subject is you said that nobody's above or beyond anybody and everybody's equal. That was the argument. I never said I was above or beyond, but I'm damn sure going to say we're all not equal in results, if nothing else. Better or worse. And you had a problem with that. Even when I qualified that I'm a fat, diseased fuck who didn't care for myself. So there's probably a dozen fucking people in the audience. There's probably 100 out of 115 right now that are better at caring for their damn body than I've been. Do you hear me arguing that? Did you hear me telling the guy he came here to find out how to be Mr. Universe from me or with me? No, you didn't. What you did here was him not take any accountability, responsibility for his shitty lifestyle and ridiculous views and his son's activity. You also heard him at first thank me for telling the truth to him that he wanted to live in a lie about. That went downhill quick. It's like a Labrador. There's only so much truth they can take. After sit, paw, roll over, you got to give them a couple days break. They can only do 20, 30 minutes at a time. It's overload. So what are we denying here? Right? Like, what is the contention? What is the denial or the acceptance here? That most people are lacking in self-awareness, authenticity, accountability, They're not great communicators because they're not aware of themselves and because they don't practice trust, equity, and faith and expressing fully. And that's one of the biggest, if not the only things we do here with people, is get them confident and faithful, working in trust and equity, knowing the law under God, knowing God, getting closer to God, and by proxy, knowing yourself, getting closer to yourself, and by proxy, knowing others and getting closer or staying the fuck away from others for obvious reasons. Isn't that what we're doing here? So much potential wasted on us as a species. Well, there you go. That's the sentiment of what I'm doing here, and it starts with me. See, this is what they're not getting. My passion with you folks starts with my, not regret, but my wasting of so much of my time, energy, attention, and potential for the longest time. I'm so on fire with the truth and doing and being having better because I wasted 3/4 of my life lying to myself and others, cheating, stealing, being an addict, and being bad faith and dishonorable, and coping in a hallucination. And I'm so on fire with this newfound perspective, discernment, truth, understanding, and results. I want to give it away to everybody who wants to take it. But the majority of people come here because they think this is some kind of road show. They want to be entertained and they want to test me. And I don't mind it. But then you got to get back to like where we start and where we end. So yeah, my sentiment was I want Vaughn to be more self-aware, aware of others. I want him to be more in control of himself and his life. I want him to be more inspired and empowered, know more about the law, and get his goofy ass son up out of a fucking life that he and him created together. Get it? And if I got to slap you upside the head with uncomfortable reality, that's exactly what the fuck I'm going to do. Because guess what? I've learned there's no other way to do it. You can't nice, kind, and polite and politically correct people out of their darkness. You got to shake them the fuck up and shock them with truth they don't like. Ask Klaus Schwab and the New World Order what they're bringing down on everybody to remind you of that. There was no amount of nice, kind, and polite entitlement programs, institutions, no child left behind, benefits and privileges, taxes, code, and safety that was going to get everybody to be truly caring of themselves and truly free. You know what's going to get everybody to be truly caring and free? When they realize they took 5 vaccines, killed themselves and their family, and destroyed everything good and great here, living in delusion and denial, and giving their time, energy, attention, and power away, and lacking self-awareness. Yeah. Oh, but I forgot. The devil's not commissioned by God. It's its own entity, right? God's all powerful, created this realm, but somehow the devil got hold of it and he's victimizing everyone. No. More victimhood nonsense. More disempowerment. The devil is here for an exact reason. The devil does good sometimes, and if nothing else, the devil's here to test and challenge everybody. Who and what are you? What are you going to do and be? What results and outcome are you going to accept or not? And it's working perfectly. You know how many more folks wouldn't have fucking listened to me for 3 seconds if it wasn't for the devil coming out in the open and putting the darkness in everybody's face about what you're all creating and putting onto each other? Yeah. A slew of folks decided to wake up all of a sudden and become part of God's plan and experience, huh? It's exactly how it works. Satan is a liar. You can only be lied to if you're willing to accept a lie or too lacking in discernment to understand a lie when it's told to you. Don't you get it? You guys must have never grown up, huh? You're in a perpetual state of childhood, and not the right kind of childhood to get in the kingdom of heaven, where you just say what you see. Like a kid goes, "Why are you so fucking fat?" And everyone goes, "Shh, don't do that, Junior. Don't point out the obvious. Be more nice, kind, and polite." Yeah, neglect reality, deny reality, right? So keep fucking playing the victim and blaming Satan when all you motherfuckers are so rubed out and duped out. It ain't hard to lie to you and get you to follow a deception because you've never grown the fuck up and matured. You've never cultivated discernment. You've never gotten burned and lied to and broken enough to realize how to put the pieces back together and come back with some discernment and do and be and have better. Only be lied to if you're too stupid or too ignorant to recognize the truth right in front of your fucking face. You ever been invited to a concert, wedding, pool party? You would be a big hit. No. They all know not to invite me because I don't want to go. I have no interest in watching a bunch of clowns sit on stage and play 2 songs we all like and 15 we don't and pay hundreds of dollars for it. I'm not that much of a sucker and a moron. Weddings, I don't want to be part of because it's status nonsense and 60% of them end in divorce. Come do the wedding 15 years into the relationship and I'll show up. Not day one. Not interested. Pool parties, absolutely not. Nobody wants to see me with limited clothing on, jumping into water, wet t-shirt or not. No one wants to see that. Not a big hit. So you're wrong on all that. I know you're being flippant, but I'm going to speak directly at it, right? Express, not implied. So you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm not a big hit at concerts. I'm not a big hit for weddings and pool parties. And that's why most people don't invite me. Now, if they want to remove all the water out of their pool, they invite me. They go, Paulie boy, do a cannonball into this pool. We want to drain it. And I go, at your service. How did you obtain your perspective? Any books? Yeah, I talk about mainly the text that I have sat with for a long time and continue to go back to because I find it to be a grounding, sort of balancing, centering, enlightening text. You wouldn't know it by the way I present here, at least at certain times. But the Tao Te Ching, I'm pretty partial to that because it's a non-religious, what I would call spiritual text that gives a generalized overview about self and this reality without imposing or projecting really any dogma or indoctrination onto the subject. So I'd say the Tao Te Ching. I'd say, well, there was a period of time for about, I've studied a lot of things. There's a period of time there after a breakup specifically, and I believe all these things in life happen for a reason, really. Either the cause or the effect is all part of a bigger development growth process. But after a pretty confusing and fearful and sort of disempowering breakup, I spent about, I would say 2 or 3 years pretty exclusively day in and day out listening to the Tao Te Ching, meditations by Marcus Aurelius, the Dhammapada. I'd put Dhammapada and Tao Te Ching as 1 and 2, in no necessary order. Just what I found to be enlightening or valuable, if not entertaining, right? And sort of, I guess, spiritually awakening. I'd say the Christian scriptures are something that has some truth in there. Oftentimes I will cite that mostly because it's culturally relevant. But again, the biblical scriptures or King James Version, it's extremely projected on in a lot of ways to me. It's full of dogma and cult-like behavior. And if it's not, because I don't claim to be a biblical scholar by any means, I've put way more time into the Dhammapada and Tao Te Ching than the biblical scriptures, Christians' supposed scriptures. But I can tell you this. If you speak to folks who call themselves biblical scholars, at least on these panels, they are some of the most hypocritical, disempowered, uninspiring, boring, dissolute people I've ever met. And they're constantly projecting onto other people that they have answers, and they're seemingly disconnected from the reality that some of us experience. So I don't know if one comes before the other, right? Well, it's cart before the horse, chicken or the egg. But to me, it would seem that the scripture correlates with the conscious and awareness. So folks who have to study a culturally relevant text that talks about stories of human experience that could be studied in a more objective text, but they don't, tends to point toward dogma and indoctrination. And that's usually what I find. The scriptures prove themselves, right? See, this person's going to do it right now. It doesn't matter to Trish that I'm like walking and living with what I perceive to be a living God that reveals, guides, leads, protects, presents miracles. Doesn't matter. She's going to now defend and fight for the text. not talk about the experience. When I ask Trish about why she believes she knows the scriptures and God and what her godly experience is, she's going to most likely give me some platitude like love, right? But again, and then this is just like, where was I yesterday? Chuck was in some chat, Cuck from Tennessee, and these people just say shit. He asked a question, right? He asked a question in chat to Slackcott. That's where it was. Slackcott was going off in his usual dysfunctional, delusional way and projecting everything that he is on others without taking account for the fact that all this stuff lives in all of us to some degree, something I do. But he asked the question, would Jesus act this way? The answer is yes. These same people who argue for the dogma in the scriptures refuse to accept all of them. And there's a glaring part in the scriptures where the Christed being, Christed is just a state of discernment, you know, what's good or what's evil, what's right and what's wrong, who's a liar and a defalcator and a fraud versus who is under God and actually walking the path. That's discernment. So the being famously, at least a few times, I believe, turned to his countrymen, his family even, and said, go away from me. I never knew you. We're not equally yoked. Why is it you guys go to the damn scripture, defend your dogma, and then project even onto Jesus, some virginal, all-loving, unconditional creature who would never turn anyone away? It's not the case. Quite the opposite. So he may have love and care for them. He may forgive them, but he doesn't forget what they do, and he doesn't deny accountability, responsibility. He tells these people, you want to act like a Babylonian demon and deny reality and try to play games with me? Go away from me. I never knew you. We're not equally yoked. Do nothing and everything is done. Lao Tzu. You're now quoting Lao Tzu and you're misquoting him because you want to make, I got to go. I don't know why I even open the door with these folks. You don't want to learn. You don't want to do and be and have better. You want to make excuses and justifications, project and cope. Have at it. Enjoy. I'm not going to take the rest of my night correcting you. Do you want me to pull up the original text? Because from my understanding in my study, that's not what it says. And even if it does say that, that's not what is meant there. Do nothing and everything is done. Lao Tzu, right? A guy who had to carry water, farm, build a cabin, run a family, or work with a family, however you want to consider it. Because nowadays it's like it puts everyone off when you say the man is like head of the house or leader in his house or his community. They equate leadership or running a business with like ownership and control, right? So you can't even use that because they're so uptight and coping and delusional. So it's like, do nothing and everything is done. Okay. How does that work practically? Could you explain that to me? Go ahead, Michelle, the student of Lao Tzu. You know, because I only have like 1,000 hours into this stuff and living it through tests and challenges and faith. You know, I'm sure you do too. So go ahead and explain it to me because I'm going to learn here today. Just like the guy who came up on panel before. He said, I think you've learned equal, if not more, from me here tonight. Really? Was anyone else having that experience? But I'm the egotistical, delusional, arrogant one, right? Pull it up, please. Okay, we'll pull it up. Let's see. And then if it does say that, because I want to keep me honest here. If it does say that in the original translation, can you explain to me how that works? Can you explain to me how you ever met anyone in life who does nothing and yet all things are done? Not all things, right? Because you can do whatever's meant for you in the time, and there's no matter what you do, there's always something left undone. See? But my understanding of the Tao Te Ching translation and what it means, how it's practical is, if you completely dissolve yourself in whatever it is you're doing and you make it part of your beingness, it's like the old cliche. If you do what you love to do, you never work a day in your life. So it's about doing what's necessary in life, getting results, and it not being as much of a burden or a chore. You know, like the Christed being in the scripture said something about the yoke or the burden is light. That's enlightenment. When you're doing what others aren't because they're too scared, and the more you do it, the more the burden becomes enlightened while they believe it's heavy. So when you vanish into the deed, the doer becomes the deed, and then you are completely present and aware and in a flow. You're in alignment with the universe and what it has meant for you because you're being what you're born to be and meant to be. It does not mean sit on your ass, do nothing, and somehow everything's going to get done. That's what you all want it to mean, but that's not what it means. Let's pull it up. I don't know what translation here. Okay, so this is the closest thing I can get. And then let's present the rest of the phrase here. Where are we at? I specifically put in the keywords that you gave me. So, and a lot of these translations vary. So there is a good chance that whatever you're saying is in one of the translations, verbatim. But then we have to discuss what the meaning is. The highest virtue does nothing, yet nothing needs to be done. The lowest virtue does everything, yet much remains to be done. This correlates with the other passage in the Tao where it talks about what is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? So let me give you the correlation. The doctors, as the man said before, the cops, the doctors, the lawyers, all of them, they get up every day, they do so much, yet so much remains undone. And everything they're doing pretty much is based in some misunderstanding or level of corruption. So it doesn't matter how much they do, they've never completely aligned with truest and highest self. So everything they do is marred by their undoing. Right? So what is a bad man but a good man's job? Cop, doctor, lawyer, not all of them. I'm sure there's some in every field who really care, who want to do what's true and what's right, in which case they wouldn't be in those fields. Somebody who really wants to heal you doesn't show up where they're giving you vaccines and ventilators all day, every day, as we talked about earlier. Somebody who wants to uphold the law doesn't show up with a bar card. Somebody who wants to uphold the law doesn't show up enforcing policy in a uniform. Okay? So what is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What I was attempting to do with Vaughn. What is a bad man but a good man's job? What he was making excuses for. Okay, so the highest benevolence acts without purpose. It means you've tapped into the part of yourself that is truly benevolent and wants what's true and what's right for all of us. It doesn't do benevolence because it's capitalistic, as Vaughn said. Why wouldn't all the rest of these people do what's true and what's right and be benevolent when there's so much money to be made off of it? Really? You have to ask. Because they're not truly benevolent people in their heart. They don't want what's true and what's right, and they definitely don't want to be it. They're willing to do and be anything in order to get a paycheck because they're capitalistic. The highest righteousness acts without purpose. The highest ritual acts, but since no one cares, it raises its arms and uses force. There you go. You've never seen me roll up my sleeves and attempt to do force on anybody here, cause loss, injury, and harm. You see the cops and the lawyers and the doctors every day say, do this or else. And when presented with any kind of new information or opposing views, they defend their nonsense or they project onto the truth. Therefore, when the way is lost, there is virtue. When virtue is lost, there's benevolence. When benevolence is lost, there's righteousness. When righteousness is lost, there are rituals. Rituals are the end of fidelity and honesty. Okay, so it's essentially, and again, I'm not really... everyone who studies this has their own favorite translations. This is just random, not my favorite, because they actually use different words for virtue, benevolence. They actually use patriotism in the original translation that I've studied. It talks about patriotism and perceived righteousness being the husk of true faith. That's what fidelity means. So when you act from truth without some kind of end goal to profit, you just do what's true and what's right, have faith, do the next right thing, as I like to talk about. That's my way of simplifying it. All things are as they're meant to be. Rituals are the end of fidelity and honesty and the beginning of confusion. Well, we're seeing that right now, right? When on the whole, trust, equity, and faith is lost, you got folks voting and paying slave taxes and following codes. We could go on. I'm already 4 hours into this. I got the machine on me, so I'm not feeling the pain as much. I shouldn't be doing this much time. I want to focus on healing and resting. But I'm, I guess, fatally attracted to this understanding, information, and these experiences. Have you ever met someone that can fulfill your intellectual appetite? I don't necessarily have an intellectual appetite. I have a tendency, I guess you could say, if you want to call it that. I don't necessarily seek fulfillment outside of myself. If you're saying, am I regularly shocked or surprised by a high level of intellect of folks? Obviously not. Do I oftentimes, at best, meet folks who claim to be intellectuals and their results or their work on the ground is sorely lacking? Absolutely. Which makes their intellectualism superfluous. What's the difference how intellectual you are if you're a loser failure or a lazy procrastinating piece of garbage and you don't do anything, be anything, serve anything, or create anything? I don't see the point. Interpret this verse. Which one? Oh. That was in the Tao? Jeep Crow, what are you even saying? What are you doing? Oh, that's Ezekiel. Okay. Yeah, there's no translation needed there. It's pretty self-evident. There are apparently, much like men, some women out there who lust after men for what they have rather than who they are or what they do, which would be the difference between lust and love, I would contend. So the Tao has a passage about delighting in the sons and daughters of men, something along the lines of neglecting true purpose. So if you want to talk about true love is purpose-driven, you could argue, right? Everything else is lust. You know, when you get together with somebody and you have love for them or with them, at least for me, it usually comes out of who we are and what we're doing and being and co-creating. You know, that's what makes somebody love-able. You can love somebody all day, but if they're lying, cheating, stealing, and projecting, they're kind of made themselves unlove-able, right? So whether we have love for folks or not, they're not love-able if they're not in alignment with higher self, higher meaning, higher purpose. Have you ever stayed up late talking to AI? One time me and Jennifer did. Take it through its paces. You can also worship your spouse and fall into idolatry. Yeah, anything's possible. Yeah, I kind of like this question because the presumption is that the core of my intelligence is intellect. And I've never, folks have told me that, you know, and they've tested me and say I have a high IQ, that I'm an intellectual. I don't, that may be presented some way, somehow to some people. That's not the core of my experience and understanding. The truest intelligence is heart-based. So I look at intellect as a lesser modality, if you even want to qualify it as lesser. But I think the core of our beingness and truest intelligence is heart-based. You know, when you practice and cultivate discernment and some level of awareness, it seems the heart just knows. And no, I'm not talking about necessarily deceptive emotions. So intellect is kind of more of a, I guess how I'm witnessing it or experiencing it. The intellect, if you will, is more of a storyboard to play the tape out for your heart-based consciousness, your true intelligence, right? There's true intelligence and then there's intellect. If the true intelligence is skewed, the intellect will follow, meaning that you'll use your intellect to try to storyboard what your heart is telling you, and you will be deceived, and the outcomes will not come together the way that you're projecting, if that makes sense. It's kind of difficult to language out, but this is evidenced by Slackcott and others on here who regularly use their intellect to talk about what they think they know when their truest form of intelligence is skewed. Their heart-based intelligence is skewed. So if the heart-based intelligence is skewed, then your intellectual storyboard will be just as skewed, and you will be seeing things that are not there. You'll be experiencing things that are not there. You'll be projecting outcomes that will never come to fruition. If we found answers, would life no longer be worth living? No, I don't know what that means. Every being has some archetypal survival instinct to continue to live. If they're not completely broken, can't see meaning or purpose in the whole experience. Why would finding answers make life not worth living? Wouldn't finding answers make life all the more worth living because you would have a reason for why you're doing what you're doing and continuing? We'll go back to the cliche. Those who have an understanding or a why can deal with almost any how. My life only became worth living once I had some level of answers for myself and for others that was backed in experience. Before I had answers, my life was nothing but chaos and confusion, disempowerment, and lack of inspiration. Isn't the meaning of life looking for answers? The meaning of life is that life has meaning. What you mean, I think, is looking for your truest self within the experience of life and aligning with its meaning. Superior is relative. I don't know what that means. I think what you mean is the truth, the understanding and the truth within cause and effect, and the remedy or the resolution is superior to most of us in our default state at this time. I'm not separate from that dynamic, and because I'm not, I can talk about it. So, don't just because I show some level of conscious and awareness and understanding of cause and effect, while the majority seem to be completely blind, don't confuse that with me being a superior being. They do the same thing with Jesus. He was 33 years old before you ever heard of the guy. And he was fairly hypocritical, telling people not to get violent and then getting violent. So, yeah, I think that the truth is superior to most human beings who choose to live in delusion. If by superior, it just means more understanding. Yeah, I'm aware of the fact that, okay, he's now teaching me a lesson about basic biology. I'm aware that we're all made of oxygen, carbon, and, I get that. Yeah, I kind of like this statement because it's like your journey in life should be accepting the answers you have until the answers you have are shown to be incorrect. So I guess if we were to sort of rephrase this in a quote unquote better way, the meaning of life is going with whatever answers you have until life shows you that you have to update the answer. That's kind of the process, right? It would seem to me the majority of folks just stop that process right off the bat and they impose their own cope. You know, you could argue for the majority of citizen slaves, the meaning of life is ignoring the answers and what it alludes to and presupposing your own reality or accepting the one that they put forth before you. So yeah, the meaning of life, one of the meanings of life would be to find meaning within yourself and the life you're living. And one of the ways it would seem to do that is accept the answers you have until life shows you the answers are incorrect, and then accept new ones. All right, I got to get the hell out of here because I'm going to keep going. You know, I do have a passion for interacting with the audience and talking truth and all the rest of it. But I'm already over, and I shouldn't be. I'm breaking my rule. All right, get the hell out of here. We're back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 5 MDT, barring, well, actually, we're on the road tomorrow, so I can't commit to a time. Although that's a hell of a window, 12 to 5. I guess we'll find out. I'll be here when I'm here. If you catch me, you catch me. If not, on the replay. If you're sick and tired of me, I don't necessarily blame you. It's not only not for everybody, it's not for most people. I'm okay with that. You know, there's the meaning of life, being okay with whatever position you occupy till you're not okay with it and then changing it. We just figured out another meaning of life here. And you can blame some of these people down there if you want somebody. You want to blame some people for why I'm so arrogant and egotistical and narcissistic? Because these people, no matter what I do and say, keep showing up and keep supporting and showing good faith and honorability and caring for me in this journey, or just respecting me and what I do and me giving my time, energy, and attention. So, you know, they really did a number on you guys by giving me a big head, you know, and let's not kid ourselves. I've spoke about it. I'm very candid here. There's many times I reflect, you know, I challenge myself. I question myself. I go over what I'm doing and if I'm regretful. And most oftentimes, if not all the time, that's not the case. So I'm either really egotistical, narcissistic, and hard-headed. I need some really bad shit to happen. Maybe I'll never get it if there's something more to get here. See, I just checked. This is perfect example. Scott B says, great work again today. Thanks, Paul, and be well. This is what they do. They tell me, great work, thanks. It was entertaining. It was informative. It was interesting. You made me feel something or think about something. And then they contribute and support. That's Uncle Scott. You know? If these people would just stop giving me shit and stop rewarding me for my bad behavior, then I might make the change that I need to make to be more nice, kind, polite, politically correct, loving, whatever the narrative is. But yeah, I mean, isn't that like your boy just said earlier? You know, why would a broadcast host continue to be so unkind, impolite, not nice? Oh, because we live in a capitalistic world, and these are non-taxable gifts from extended friends and family. So, you know, that motivates you, that inspires you, that makes you think that you're doing something interesting, entertaining, informative, redeemable out here. They're enabling me. Slackcott was right. All right, we got a new Gorilla Gems, and guess what? As usual, makes me look like the biggest asshole ever. And there are times where I look at that and I don't want to play them because I go, this isn't all of me. You know, it's like every Gorilla Gems you watch is me yelling and screaming, me being passionate, me calling people bitch ass motherfuckers. And then they never show like the other sides to me. And then that becomes like my character. You know, I become the heel, like in wrestling. Just that's all that I am. That's my whole existence. So I've had to somewhat sort of accept that. You know, that's my lot in this life here, at least. Who am I kidding? You know, I do it well, whatever that means. Paul Untouchable on the way out. New Gorilla Gems. And this was from the interaction with Van Balion, the, some might say, redcoat from England, who tried to say that I was squatting on property that we were buying. We were trespassed unlawfully, put in jail. The dogs were taken. The case was dismissed, and now they're getting sued. But according to him, I was just trying to steal property that didn't belong to me, and I was squatting. So I went off on him, and they took some of the clips and put them together. Gorilla Gems did. Well, whatever. I guess you either love me or love what I do to some degree, or you love to hate me. So I'm out of here. Say goodnight to the bad guy. And don't touch me. Someone's got to be a winner while the rest of you motherfuckers lose in life. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I know how to stand on the law and uphold it.
Listen to me.
I know how to make you bitch-ass fucking slaves look like a bunch of fools at court. Silver and gold tongue gorilla. You know the deal. About 150 pathetic, cowardly, gaslighting, projecting, lying slaves showed up to the channel today to comment on a video that was aired on another coward's channel that got 53,000 views today. 53,000 pathetic citizen slaves watched me, and instead of read the headline and accept that we got dismissals, the case numbers are all right here. Go get your buddies. Go get all your buddies. Go get them, Jake and all the rest. Dismissed without prejudice, right? Criminal complaint filed, public safety assessment, advisements of rights read, waiver of counsel filed, notice of hearing, conditional release that was again dismissed because I didn't follow any of the conditions, nor do I need to. Correspondence entered on the record, that would be by me. And then the weirdest thing happened. Notice of dismissal. Would you guys like the case numbers? Well, I'm going to give it to you anyway because you're all claiming that I'm not giving the case numbers. You don't care about the truth and what's right. You don't care about the law and the difference between legal and lawful. You're not interested in the facts. You're a bunch of projecting, bad faith, dishonorable, gaslighting, lying, cowardly, bitch-ass slaves. And none of you who commented on that video of me and Jennifer today, all day today, are going to come up on this panel and have a conversation with me. I'm doing fellowship. I'm saving souls and doing ministry indirectly. So keep it up. Keep talking about me. Keep promoting me. Definitely don't show up here because you know what you're going to get, right? And just keep letting your little flying monkey audience try to gaslight everybody else that we got no movement, no value, no power, no knowledge. I'm way more intelligent than the majority of you Dunning-Kruger slaves. This is why we fought a war against you lying, bad faith, ungodly, satanistic, limey scum. Because we were tired of being up under your bitch asses. Imagine someone like me being ruled by someone like you. Get a fucking clue. You fucking beta male whales dwelling coward. 3/4 of you guys from the UK and Europe are a bunch of punk bitch cowards and wouldn't make it 3 seconds on New York where I'm from or on America because of who you are and how you talk and how you live. That case has been dismissed and now they're all getting sued and they wish they wouldn't have done what they did. Why don't you report on that part? Why don't you lying beta male fish and chip cowards report on that part?
Disgusting.